our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the City of Las Vegas. where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Hello, everyone. Oh, man. Oh, no, I'm too close to this mic. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Expo Hall at SupplySide West Food Ingredients North America 2024. Woo, right? Yes, thank you. Thank you. I am Sandy Almendares. I am Vice President of Content at SupplySide, and I am very excited to be moderating this session on formulating for kids. It is Halloween today, as you all know, and so I love that we're talking about children's nutrition on this day. According to Future Market Insights reports, the children's supplement market is expected to reach $2.52 billion this year. And of course, Halloween, right? On Halloween, kids eat on average of more than 16 times the daily recommended value of sugar. That's according to the National Retail Federation. And then all of the money that we spend on Halloween with candy, costumes, everything is $12.2 billion. So children's supplements, $2.52 billion, Halloween, $12.2 billion. So we've got some opportunity. We're, not that we're competing with Halloween, of course, but there's opportunity there to help address children's nutritional needs. Before we get into the meat of the content, I've got some show announcements here. This is the mobile app, a QR code to the mobile app. It's very helpful, helps you schedule. The more you interact with it, the more it interacts with you, because that's how AI works. It will help deliver you recommendations if you add things to your schedule and do favorites. Always need Wi-Fi, I'm sure, so there's how you log on. The Expo Hall is open till 5 today. And then I am excited to introduce our panelists. So we will be starting with Will Cowling. He is the commercial manager of FMCG Gurus. From there, we will go to Mary Ann Walsh. She is a registered dietitian and president of Walsh Nutrition Consulting. And then we will follow with Jean Connery, who is current board member of the Forum, and she is a board certified OBGYN and past president of the American College of Obstetrician Gynecologists and the International Federation of Gynecology Obstetricians. Did I get that right? It was a mouthful, so please bear with me. All right, well, thank you. And without further ado, I'll kick it off to Will.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. So my name is Will Cowling. I am the commercial manager at FMCG Gurus. If you haven't heard of us before, we are a market insights company specializing in consumer insights. So what we do is we help our clients to better understand consumer attitudes, behaviors, and motivations towards all things food, beverage, and nutrition. Now, today's presentation, I'm going to open up on early life nutrition trends in USA with a strong focus on nutritional supplements and the market. We're going to be looking at opportunities and some of the barriers which we face, especially when looking at children's supplements and the nutrition element of this. Now, if you would like a copy of the slides, please feel free to contact me at will.cowling@fmcggurus.com, and I'd be more than happy to share these with you. So let's get started. So we know that parents in the USA are concerned about various issues, both physically and cognitively, when it comes to their children. But we do know that parents are actually taking a proactive approach to health and are actually giving the diets and lifestyles of their children their full attention. However, we also know that parents also feel that there are many barriers which actually exist to giving their children the right nutrients throughout the day and leading that healthy lifestyle. So we can actually see that parents are starting to recognize that their own busy lifestyles are actually impacting the way that they actually lead their children's health and nutrition. We can also see that busy lifestyles lead to then inactivity for children, and many children are staying indoors a lot more for significant periods of time. And what this is doing is actually impacting children's physical and emotional well-being, two key areas which we'll discuss throughout the presentation, and how nutritional supplements can actually help this. Another big area of issues for barriers towards a healthy lifestyle and nutrition is that consumers and children are actually turning to social devices more as well, which is also again impacting their sort of health and well-being in the cognitive functions. Now, as parents are concerned about their various issues relating to physical health and daily activity, they're becoming more and more conscious and educating themselves more about how they can be proactive in supporting their children's health issues. So parents do not necessarily use nutritional supplements to boost their kids' health. Now, we do know that nutritional supplements are actually very appealing to parents in the USA. And it's because they can be associated with higher ingredient dosages, which means, of course, the children are going to be getting better nutrients, but also they can be associated with targeting many multiple health benefits. Now, we can also see there's many issues when it comes to nutritional supplements, and parents can actually struggle to lead their children to the nutritional supplement route when looking at different nutrients. So we can see that some of the key barriers which parents are actually facing are getting children to stick to nutritional supplement consumption. I think even for adults, nutritional supplements, one of the big areas of issues is being consistent and actually continuously taking these products. So of course it's even harder for children to do that as well. But then also the cost of products. At the moment we're living in a cost-conscious world. Many consumers, many parents are not so satisfied with their finances and are actually conscious about this. And nutritional supplements can be typically seen as a little bit more expensive than just leading a healthy lifestyle through food and beverages. Now this actually creates a scenario where parents are maybe looking at adopting the best intentions, but actually are struggling when it comes to nutritional supplements. So what they're actually turning to is, instead of looking at specific health issues, they're actually looking at supplements more on the general health and wellness trend for their children. Now, as such, greater focus is actually being placed on attempting to lead children to focus on being exercising more, leading a healthy lifestyle, and also just turning to the right food and beverages, as it can be seen as a little bit more inexpensive than turning down the supplement route. Now, parents state that they face various challenges when actually leading that and maintaining their kids' health. Now, as mentioned already, parents recognize that they are actually the primary responsibility for their children's well-being. And nevertheless, they do recognize that challenges prevent them from doing this. Now, one area which consumers and parents are actually very cautious about is nutritional labeling. Now, we can see that many parents actually struggle with being loyal to brands because they feel that brands may actually be hiding certain ingredients such as sugar within food and drink labeling, actually making labeling more complex to hide some of these ingredients which consumers are concerned about. Now, what this means is it's actually showing that consumers and parents are expecting greater transparency from brands, especially when it comes to the early life nutrition industry as well. Now, parents can also feel that eating and drinking healthily can be super expensive, and that actually means that many feel that they're going to have to trade off between affordability and nutritious products. Now, this is something which, again, then actually creates an opportunity for the nutritional supplement world. It actually shows that if we can position nutritional supplements around offering a quick, convenient, and value-driven way to obtaining various nutrients, addressing many health issues in one area, it's going to be really, really appealing for consumers to actually turn to some of these products. But I think one thing we must also relate to the nutritional supplement world, especially when looking at the children's market as well, is making sure that the delivery formats are, and we're focusing on ease of use. Nutritional supplements can typically be seen as challenging for many children and many adults, so making sure that ease of use along with focusing on key core health areas is going to be really important. Now, over the next few years, emotional wellness will also be a key issue that the industry should look to address. Now, on the previous slide, we actually looked at cognitive health and weight management being two of the key areas which parents are looking to focus on when addressing their children's health and nutrition. But what we're seeing now is that whilst those are two big areas, many parents are actually focusing on emotional wellness, as it's actually a key issue for parents to look at addressing for their children. Now, parents are worried about how issues such as exposure to social media at such an early age can actually impact their children's well-being based on seeing global issues and actually not having the full story and being misinformed about some of these issues as well. Now, in addition, children will continue to grow up in an era of uncertainty and will be exposed to information around these global issues with a lack of context and perspective, actually causing further stress and also emotional wellness issues within the children. So it will actually be a key area for parents to actually look at the nutritional supplement market for solutions that don't only just address some of those top key areas like immunity, digestive health, cognitive function, weight management, but actually also looking at the emotional well-being element of this. And it's crucial that the ingredients used within these nutritional supplements are deemed safe, are deemed natural, deemed transparent, and it's also key that we focus on some of those key core messaging around nutritional value, cost effective, and being value driven. So that concludes my part of the presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. Again, if you do want a copy of the slides, please feel free to contact me on my email, drop me a WhatsApp, connect with me on LinkedIn. These stats were taken from our early life nutrition survey and our nutritional supplement surveys as well, which just launched this year. So please feel free to reach out to me to learn a little bit more about that. But thank you very much, and I look forward to answering any questions you guys have at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Will. And I forgot to mention at the beginning that we have a lovely and wonderful underwriter, Friese Campina. Thank you so much for underwriting. Please go back to the table. I hear they've got some gummies to sample, so yummy. Get your first little treat on Halloween. Maybe you've already had many treats already. But I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Marion Walsh. Oh no, I went too far. What did I do? That's my fault.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, so obviously Will shared some amazing insight, and I'm going to kind of continue on the conversation from the perspective of somebody that works as a consultant in this industry, but also from the perspective, I can't talk today, as a registered dietitian who's been working as an RD/nutritionist for about 15 years now, and then also as a mom myself to a 2.5-year-old. Surprisingly, I've gained so much perspective, way more than I ever thought. I always joke that I think I was really knowledgeable about pediatric nutrition until I had a child, and then I learned that, wow, everything I learned in a textbook doesn't always apply when you have this human being with different needs and wants and different stimuli and things like that. So definitely was an eye-opening experience. So starting off, one of the most important sort of category of nutrients that I see, not only, again, as a dietitian, but also as a mom, my own concerns, are omega-3s and DHA. If you're not familiar, DHA is the primary structural component of the brain, crucial for brain growth and cognitive development. Our brain is 60% fat. So a little baby who's born, their brain is rapidly growing and expanding. They need that DHA, omega-3s, those healthy fats for brain development. So obviously, we know that breast milk is going to have that. We also know that formulas are going to be formulated with this as well. But even past, when they turn 1 and they start drinking the whole milk, that is typically always going to have that DHA and the omega-3s added, as well as choline. Choline supports brain development by aiding the formation of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, which is vital for memory and muscle control. And I think, again, most of us could agree, whether we're parents or whether we have children in our lives, that it's just so important with all of the social media and screen time concerns and everything that's kind of just coming at them, that we really want to give them a fighting chance when it comes to their cognitive abilities, their abilities to learn and pay attention and focus and things like that. So, all right. So again, the importance of brain development. Early childhood is a critical time for brain development, and nutrition does play such a significant role in supporting cognitive function. And again, that 60% composition of the brain. When I first learned that years ago, I just found that so fascinating, that our brain is 60% fat. So next, I want to talk about added protein for picky eaters. This is something that sometimes we talk about, that we're in a world where a lot of us probably get more protein than we need on a typical basis. With children, obviously can kind of come and go as their tastes change. One week they might love meats, chicken, things like that. The next, they might literally just throw it off their plate and look at you with disgust and ask for a packet of gummies, the little fruit snacks, things like that. So we know that with children, they can be picky. So finding ways to add in protein for those times when, again, as parents, we're sort of struggling to get protein into our children's diet. We know the importance of protein, building blocks, amino acids necessary for overall development. Also satiety. My child goes to daycare for 8 hours a day, and so she gets a little nap in between, but being able to provide her with options that do have some protein in them to help with that satiety so that she's not getting hangry and cranky, that's always at the top of my list personally. And then filling those nutritional gaps. Not all children are always going to love different meats and chicken and pork and all that type of stuff. So finding ways to supplement protein is definitely a win-win situation. And then we have so many different options now that we didn't have 10, 15 years ago. So if they do have an intolerance to milk products and you don't want to use whey or casein, obviously you've got pea protein, hemp protein, all different options now. You could literally walk this floor and I don't even know how many you would find. So definitely something to keep in mind when formulating for kids. We have the protein DRIs here. These numbers are grams per kilogram. So we were actually joking about like Celsius and the conversions because he's from the UK and being from the States, but this is one that we've kept in the running here in the States, talking about grams per kilogram for the protein recommendations. An easy way to figure this out, so you take your weight and you divide it by 2.2 to get the kilograms. To make it easy, let's just divide by 2. So say you have a child who weighs 30 pounds. Again, I keep referencing my child because that's where my brain is. So my child's 30 pounds, divide that by 2, you're gonna get about 15 kilograms, and then multiply that, she's 2.5 by 1.05, let's round again to keep it easy. We're looking at about 15 grams of protein per day. So again, you can kind of, again, this is all on the American Academy of Pediatrics site as well, if you're ever curious, if you have children in your life, how much protein you think they might need. And next, pre and probiotics for kids. Gut-brain axis, like you cannot walk 5 inches without hearing about the gut-brain axis these days. We have a major focus on mental health. We know more and more about the link between our gut health and our mental health. One interesting stat that I think is just fascinating is that 70 to 80% of serotonin is made in the gut. So we definitely want to continue to nourish not only our gut health, but also our children and the little ones in our lives, because as they grow and develop, we want to kind of give them the most fighting chance they can have. Also, in addition to that, again, as a mom with a child in daycare, every few weeks, knock on wood, thankfully I've had a good run lately, but they get sick because little ones love to spread germs. So being able to kind of bolster up that immune system with probiotics and prebiotics, that is something to keep an eye on as well when you are formulating for kids. And then of course we have the allergy and the eczema reduction. We've got some research that supports that as well. And then again, I mentioned the cognitive and behavioral benefits. So that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I don't have a slide here with my information, but you can find me on LinkedIn, Marianne Walsh, RD, and I'm very active on there. So if you want to connect about anything.
Thank you, Marianne. Next, we've got Jean.
Thank you. I'd like to say that I go upstream a little bit because I'm going to talk about women and preparing for pregnancy and what we ideally want to see. My goals really are to talk about the impact of environment and environmental exposures on women's health, and therefore the impact on a pregnancy and on a child's health. So we take a look at both well-woman health care, outcomes of pregnancy, and my focus will be on the environment and how it impacts health. We know about the environment. We know that if a woman if she takes too much blood glucose, she has a too high glucose, it actually is teratogenic. It causes birth defects. Likewise, if a woman doesn't have folic acid, that causes birth defects. So that's the area that we're all very familiar with. But on the right-hand side here, we're not so clear about that whole alphabet soup of chemical exposures. PFAS, PBDE, BPAs, those are all the things that we hear about. Those chemicals are a concern. And these are the highlights that your physicians are seeing. Exposure to chemicals found every day reduce fertility, effect of certain chemicals. And in fact, a new study from the EPA looking at the threat to brain health and brain development from chemicals found in our homes. And EPA just this last month or 2 months ago banning a pesticide because of its effect on the fetus. If those are found in the supplements a woman is taking or in the supplements we're giving to a child, we have concerns. We can see impacts like this showing attention deficit disorders increasing over the past 20 years, more than you can see from genetics alone. You can see the impact and changes in leukemia over just a 20 to 40 year time period, more than what we could see with genetics alone. These are environmental effects that are caused by endocrine disruptors. Endocrine disruptors are chemicals that impact our body's behavior, whether it's a thyroid gland, any number of glands in our bodies that have impacts on humans and wildlife. And they're found throughout industry. The chemical industry has 70 to 100,000 chemicals that are not tested before they're released to the environment. So how do we talk about the science? It gets very difficult. If you want to navigate the science, I always like to say that my world is here on the left-hand side of the curve. It looks at pharmaceuticals. As physicians, we're always talking about pharmaceuticals. They have to show efficacy and safety before they're ever put on the market. But when we're talking about the manufacturing world, the air we breathe, the food we eat, the products we consume, all of those are in the manufactured and supplement world. They have to show harm before they're removed from the market. So the burden of proof is on a clinician or on a patient to show that they are safe for anybody to take. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics have both issued concerns about exposure to toxic chemicals in all of the different products we have. FIGO was the first one to look at endocrine disrupting chemicals. We can look at pesticides, where we see that they cause low birth weight, they can cause birth defects and cancer. They cause urogenital impacts, and when high incidence is found in breast milk, we see defects in the children. If we look at something like the PFAS world, these are forever chemicals, and I'll show a little graph here. They impact birth weight in a child and their immune response. So how a body is responding to their environment, how a child responds to its environment. PFAS have been called one of the most concerning chemicals around. The International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics asked for their removal because they cause birth defects and complications with pregnancies. With heavy metals, we just can look at this entire array of them, and they're potentially toxic if they're exposed to anybody. So what can be done? Can we improve our guidance? Certainly. Is it possible to measure toxicants in urine and serum to give guidance to an individual? Yes. Is it possible to measure toxicants in the products that we use to provide guidance? That's clearly a yes. So we know that we can measure them. And preconception to infancy is a standard that we're saying is safe from the preconception time through infancy if it meets our criteria. So why do we need guidance? You talk beautifully about your child and your baby, making sure that that child is safe. We know that there are heavy metal contaminations found in prenatal vitamins. A study out of Canada showed that in 2018, 26 of 26 vitamins were contaminated with toxic heavy metals, lead, mercury, arsenic. That's not acceptable. And if we look at our own government accounting office looking at some of the supplements in the United States, they said that in their 2023 statement said we lack oversight. Neither of prenatal vitamins are not required to show effectiveness or safety before they're put on the market. And they said that they had the limited reach of the FDA's oversight over supplements, including prenatal vitamins, means that women may not be getting what they needed. So FIGO, the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, said we need to ask for a certification. So if I'm prescribing a vitamin for my patients, I need to make sure that post-production they are safe. We recommend that they be tested for heavy metals, microbials, potentially toxic environmental chemicals. And we provided a recommendation that patients should only consume and clinicians should only prescribe vitamins and supplements that have been independently assessed to make certain they do not contain contaminants, and make sure that that is the standard for creating prenatal vitamins, that they don't have toxic chemicals, are not contaminated with pesticides. We recommend something that has a P2I seal of approval on it, where they've been tested to make sure that they have no toxic chemicals. If you go to the FIGO statement, you just have to Google FIGO. You can see the appendix lists what heavy metals should be tested and what different types of pesticides and other chemicals. If a manufacturer says that's not possible, that's too high a standard, I can say it's possible, and that's what we expect for our moms. Kirkman Vitamins, P2I, has come up with it. So what we're saying, if somebody meets those standards, you just have to look for a P2I symbol, and you can say that they don't have the toxicants that can potentially impact a healthy pregnancy. Thank you very much. The takeaways are parents are concerned about their children's physical and mental health, but most are not yet turning to supplements for health. The key ingredients, is this yours? I'm saying,
Go ahead.
I was going to say those are some of mine. You're doing a great job.
You're killing it.
I'll turn it over to our lead.
She's killing it. I was like, yeah, go Jean. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, so these are some key takeaways from the session. There's a big opportunity here for brands. Key ingredients, omega-3s, DHAs, choline, protein, probiotics, and prebiotics. And supplements aimed at children and pregnant mothers really need to be safe. It's so important. This is one of the most vulnerable populations that we as an industry serve, and so as Jean was saying, it's imperative that brands take that testing seriously. If you would like to learn more, our media brand SupplySide Supplement Journal recently put out a digital magazine on women and children's health. It's got a lot more information in there, so please look at that QR code and get the issue. Thanks again to Friesland Campina. Make sure you get a gummy on your way out. They're delicious. And we probably have time for one audience question, if anyone has one. I know you do. Okay, well then we will end it there. Please, another round of applause for our speakers today. And thank you so much for taking the time to spend a half an hour with us at the SupplySide stage. I hope you have a great day.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. connected to ingredients that work. In application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work. In application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work. In application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience. Priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
All right. Hello, everyone. We good? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is John Benninger. I am Vice President and Market Leader for the SupplySide business here at Informa Markets. Welcome to our 27th SupplySide West show. We're so glad that you're here. We couldn't do this without you, and we really appreciate your attendance. Here today, we've got a great discussion, a really important discussion, actually, that applies to all of us here, whether we're exhibitors, attendees, or even consumers of these wonderful natural products. And the topic is adulteration. And it's not just in the botanical trade or the dietary supplement trade. As you can see from the title of our session, adulteration affects, frankly, all trade. Doesn't matter what it is. Since commerce began, since humans started selling things to other humans, there's been fraud, right? People trying to, unfortunately, rip other people off. So whether we're talking about olive oil or wine or honey or orange juice, or designer handbags, or music, whatever. It's out there. And it's in our industry also, unfortunately, adulteration, intentional adulteration. And we need to stop it. We need to bring it to an end, not just because it's bad for business and it's unethical, but mainly because it's bad for our consumers. In its worst case, it can be dangerous. It can truly be dangerous if we have something in a product that shouldn't be there, and at a very minimum, it's a ripoff, right? People spend good money for these products, looking for a benefit, and if they're not getting what they're supposed to be getting, that's not right. So there's a lot of work to be done. I'm excited about the discussion we're about to have about adulteration in the food, supplement, cosmetic, and OTC drug supply chain. These are real issues, and we have a great panel with us here today. I'm going to flip to that. A couple quick things. The app, the QR code that you see right there, if you click on that, you can get the app. If you haven't already done it, hopefully you have. It'll help you navigate the show. The Wi-Fi information is there if you need to connect to the Wi-Fi network. Please obviously place all your devices on silent. And our expo hall is open today until 5 p.m. So after this, go out there and explore the hall. We have over 1,500 exhibitors who are here to help you with their ingredients, technologies, services, co-packing services, packaging, analytical labs, everything you need. The way we think of it is everything you need to take your product from your head to your hand, from a concept to a product that's ready to go on a shelf, either a store shelf or an online shelf. So it's all out there for you to explore, and we encourage you to do that. So as I said, my name is John Benninger, Vice President here at Informa. In addition to SupplySide, you may have been to our Natural Products Expo West shows. We produce the NBJ Summit and Nutrition Business Journal, as well as all the health ingredients and food ingredient shows around the world, in Europe and South America and throughout Asia. So if there's anything we can do to help you in your journey as a business, please reach out to anyone with this Informa Markets badge on. We are here to serve you and to help you. Our panel, I'm very excited about. I'll just go in order on the slide. We have Tom Dubinsky at the end there, Vice President of Quality Systems at Arizona Nutritional Supplements, a leading contract manufacturer based out in Arizona where I live. They do amazing work, a great facility. We have Dr. Stefan Gaffner, Chief Science Officer at the American Botanical Council, one of our nonprofit partners, a 501c3 education and science organization dedicated to the global botanical trade. We have Michael Levin, founder of Health Business Strategies, just a wealth of knowledge on quality, safety, regulatory compliance, and does a lot of work with ABC and others, and particularly has his fingerprints on this botanical adulterants prevention program that we're going to be talking about. And Tanisha Roudier-Rogers, Director of Regulatory Affairs at Zymogen, a leading brand in our industry. And in the case of Tom and Tanisha, two people who have implemented the program that we're going to be talking about, that I believe everyone should implement. In fact, we here at SupplySide and Informa announced a couple of months ago that we've added this program to our compliance program, and it's our strong recommendation that every exhibitor and every attending company adopt this program, implement it into their business. It's not a requirement yet, but I hope that someday it will be. I think it's a wonderful program. It's going to help us deal with this issue of adulteration. But let's get started. And I'm going to start by passing the mic to Dr. Stefan Gaffner, Chief Science Officer at ABC, American Botanical Council.
Thank you so much, John. It's really a pleasure to be here, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk about the issue. My task is sort of to set the table why we do the work we do with the Botanical Adulterants Prevention Program. So I give you some idea about the concerns we have, and then our three speakers will more focus on the solutions. We often get asked if adulteration is really a big problem. And I'm coming more from the botanical side, so the data that we have are mainly on botanical. So what we did to look a little bit into that, we did a systematic review on what's published on adulteration of 5 popular ingredients. You see them here: black cohosh, echinacea, elderberry, ginkgo, and turmeric. And what we saw is we have data from about 200 for echinacea to about 1,300 samples for turmeric. And you can see that the published data suggests that adulteration rates are somewhere between 17 and 57% of what's out there that are adulterated. So there are some challenges in determining adulteration. So there are no comprehensive studies out there. So nobody went really look at all the products that are sold on the North American market and analyze them. So that's data is quite fragmented. Adulteration may change over time. So what people did 20 years ago may be different from what they did now. So depending on what analytical method you use, you may detect it or you may not have detected it. So it certainly there are a number of limitations. Some authors may have used methods that are not fit for purpose, but overall, I think the message is quite clear. It is a problem in our industry, unfortunately. And I just want to dive in the data for ginkgo. You see we had a total of 533 samples from the published literature. Of these, 304 were considered by the authors to be adulterated. So that gives you an adulteration percent of 57. If you look at the North American market and compare it to the European market for food supplements, interestingly enough, the adulteration rate is with 61% in Europe, 62% in US. It's the same. So we can probably assume that some of the products that are sold in North America as dietary supplements are sold in Europe as food supplements. And what for me is concerning is if you look at the data on a year-to-year basis. So we have information collected from 2003 to 2010. Adulteration rate was 35%. 2011 to 2020, it rose to 62%. I wouldn't pay too much attention to post-2020 because the sample size is too low, but still it doesn't look like we're going in the right direction. And I just want to have one last slide to show what some of the most common methods of adulteration are. I get a lot of concerns about excessive dilution. So that can be in the spice industry. If you buy turmeric as a spice, if you have 20% starch added to it, you may not see it, but it could be in there. What we see also is a substitution with lower cost extracts that have similar constituents. So adulterators know what test methods are out there, so they purposefully find a way to fool them. So if you look at the elderberry extract, they may sell you a black rice extract, which has very similar constituents, similar color, so that may go unnoticed. And one thing I want to point out as well is the addition of synthetic colorants. We had a number of recalls, most recently cinnamon, where that was contaminated with lead chromate to give it a nicer color. So that's obviously a health concern. So with that, last slide, these are the BAP publications. These are all available free of charge on our website. So if you're interested in the topic, want to learn more about it, feel free to go to the BAP website and check them out. So with that, I hand over the microphone to Michael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. The solution to adulterations and pulling adulterated products out of the market, particularly those that are dangerous and cannot be lawfully remediated or repaired, is the solution that we have delivered to the industry. We want you to avoid expensive problems. Have any of you had a recall, by a show of hands? Have any of you experienced a recall? Good for you. I have. It's no fun, and it's also very expensive. So how can you stop the sale of these dangerous products in the supply chain? Our solution, the BAP SOP, best practices, connects regulatory law with contract law. Okay. As you know, quality depends upon specifications and analytical methods. Okay. It's up to every company in the United States for dietary supplements to define what the specs and methods are for determining whether or not an ingredient is safe to release. We don't do a real good job at it. It's a point of friction between FDA and the industry, to be honest. So what we have developed is a voluntary self-regulatory solution for trading partners. We combine regulatory law, such as GMPs and so on and so forth, with specs and those sorts of points, with contract law, purchase orders, supply chain contracts. And so what we do, what we provided buyers and sellers with, is a framework for holding each party contractually accountable to ensure that irreparably defective articles. An article is not something that you read in one of John's newspapers. Okay, we're talking about an article is an item that is regulated by law. If it's irreparably defective, it means you cannot use this. It is unsuitable, it is unfit for its intended purpose. Intended purpose in an intended jurisdiction. So for example, in the United States and elsewhere, if you buy glycerin and it has diethylglycerol in it, and despite all of the advisories and monographs on glycerin and DEG that began in 1937 after 104 kids in the US died, you shouldn't. If you receive glycerin with DEG in it, it needs to be destroyed. So this requires certified destruction. Now this has been going on since 1937. Last year, 400 kids died around the world because of DEG and glycerin. This is still going on. So it is up to the trading partners, the buyers and sellers, to say, hey, you know, I'm buying this, these are the specs. Your representation to me is that it's not going to be adulterated, it's going to be fit for use. And this is a solution whereby we, all working together, can pull these irreparably defective articles out of the supply chain. Now, what does that do for us? It's going to reduce adverse effects. It's going to reduce a product recall. What does it cost to open up a recall issue with an attorney these days? This morning, $10,000 to $60,000 is where it starts. Okay, putting this into place is basically reinforcing the rules and helping you do a better job for your customers, protecting your brand, and just doing the right thing. So avoid lawsuits. You don't want to end up like Flora Farms and McDonald's. From Joe Betts, informed specification setting is one of the keys to GMPs. Folks, this is where we need to do a better job, and this is exactly what Dr. Gaffner and the team helps you do. We are a partner to your quality unit. And the SOP for the disposal and destruction of these irreparably defective articles takes this a step further. It requires trading partners to certify destruction of irreparably defective and possibly dangerous ingredients, thus preventing their resale into commerce. The way you can participate is to endorse the BAP SOP. You can integrate these principles into your SOPs, purchasing agreements, specs, and supply contracts. as the next two speakers have already done. And all of this work, again, nonprofit, please become a BAP underwriter to support this kind of essential work. This is where you can get our resources. I'll be available later to answer any questions. I also have literature with me if anybody wants any, and I thank you.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you, Michael. So yeah, great program, lots of resources there. As both of you said, the resources are free. They're on the website, they're right there. So make sure your quality team, your supply chain team, your compliance team, and your sales leadership are aware of these, because that's how you implement it and get it into your system. And that's why I want to pivot right now to Tanisha and Tom to talk about just that, implementing it into your system as a company. Why you should do it, why they did it, how they did it, and some of the impacts that it's had. And so I'd love to hear from both of you on that. The first question, I think, to me it seems obvious why, because adulteration is bad and we don't want that. But Tanisha, I'd like to start with you. Why did Zymogen choose to make this commitment to implement the BAP SOP and this whole process into your business?
I think that's a great question. I mean, honestly, for Zymogen, we set ourselves apart, or we try to set ourselves apart as a quality standard. And so for us, it aligned with our values. It aligned with the fact that we not only want to put out a quality product that is good and effective, but it also does not harm. And that we want to be part of a community with other suppliers and manufacturers that are doing the same.
Yeah, thank you. And Tom, I'm guessing similar for you, like the why behind why Arizona Nutritional Supplements adopted this.
So for us, we've always been very detailed with our botanical testing. So we've spent a lot of time developing specs, developing test methods, and working with trade groups and labs to test things the right way. We found adulteration, and for us, being part of this program and being part of the SOP was just a natural progression. So it was the next step, and it's a way to help promote the program and also at the same time show that there are a lot of issues out there, but there are ways to identify them. So for us, it was a big deal to kind of just show what we are capable of, and also to be able to show the industry that it's ID testing by FTIR is not okay for botanicals. There needs to be more. You need to dig deeper. So for us, it was just a natural progression. So yeah, proud to be part of it.
Makes sense. And then next, so once you make that decision, like we have to do this, it's good for our business, it's good for our customers, good for the industry, good for everyone. The next thing is how, right? How complicated is it? How long does it take? Love to hear a little bit about your experience once that decision to adopt the Botanical Adulterants Prevention Program, SOPs, and bring this into your business. How that went, how long it took, and what kind of it looked like, the steps. Tanisha, how was it for you and your organization?
So it was a very methodical process. The BAP SOP actually provides quite a bit of guidance on how to implement and what to do. And so it was very helpful to have those resources and tools. And for us, the first step really was to assess how many IDAs do we actually come across in the work that we do. And so we assessed that. We looked back at what we did, if there were any mistakes that we may have made along the way, and how BAP is going to support that work. Also having a cross-functional team from people from our warehousing team, our product development, our quality teams, everyone to be able to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, so that in your respective areas that you're able to ensure that we're aligned and following the same value set.
Yeah, I think that's important. That's a really important note, because these are large organizations, and even if you're a smaller organization, you have to get the buy-in, right? I mean, you can't just, you could, I guess, just say from above, this is what we're doing, and maybe that'll work. But if you can get people to really understand the why behind it, that's what I've found in our organization. I get them on board, get them to understand the why, and then everybody's rowing the boat in the same direction, I think. Tom, similar experience for you?
Yeah, so for us, we're already doing the testing. We're already involved in the details there. So it was a lot of implementing it with our purchasing teams and with our sales teams as well. So that way our customers also know the expectations that we have. We have customers that have come in and said, hey, the last manufacturer said this is fine, it's totally fine, it's the right material. And then we tested and we find out immediately it's completely different, and it's an eye-opener for that customer, and in many cases they will make the change, but it's a difficult thing. So there's a lot of people that just don't understand the details there. So for me, it was training our purchasing teams and our sales teams on this to get them to understand the why, but also building it into our agreements, our terms, our contracts, and having that language in there so we can make sure that the suppliers understand it is legally in this, and we are part of this program, whether or not it's required. For us it is, and it's in our documents now, in our agreements, so for us it is required. So.
Yeah, and that template language for the contracts, because that's what it comes down to. We can talk about it and say this is what we expect from our suppliers and that sort of thing, but like you said, Michael, bringing together the regulatory with the business side of it, the contractual 100%. Law, right, and building it into that purchasing agreement and all those documents. That language is provided on the website, or a template anyway. Yes. And so I'm guessing that tools like that made it hopefully a little bit easier to onboard this and bring it into the businesses.
Yep. Yeah, and for us, we actually had a large supplier for us of botanical ingredients that was a historical issue. They were one of a poor performing supplier, if you will. They would send us samples, we would test them, they'd be completely adulterated, we'd end up going with somewhere else, or we'd get eventually the right material from them. We started implementing this. Once we started documenting it, we got with them, had them re-sign our agreements, and went through the plan and what we are endorsing here. And really, we actually included some of the SOP actual verbiage in our agreement, so it's word for word of what we plan to do with this. So when we talk to that supplier, nowadays with that supplier, they're actually one of our more reputable suppliers, if you will, and one of our more trustworthy in that same area. So we're not seeing the impact from them of this bad material that they're providing us. So for us, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars being saved in my lab testing, the amount of time to test, getting new samples in, purchasing teams having to source new materials, whatever it may be. So for us, it was a huge deal just to get this going and to be able to talk with our suppliers. It made a huge impact. And that was one of our biggest ones, and they still are.
Yeah.
And they're one of the biggest ones in this industry, I will say that. I won't use names, but just so everybody knows, it will impact the biggest suppliers out there when you start to talk to them about this.
So it improved their business.
Yes,
as well.
Exactly.
And so everybody wins, and you said the ROI, the return on that investment. So it's not. This is not an expense, but even if it was, just because we need to fix this challenging problem of adulteration, it would be a good expense to spend. In your case, you're saying it actually made financial sense to do it, right?
And 100%. Yep.
Yeah, Tanisha, I'm guessing the same with your company. I don't want to assume that, but
yeah, absolutely. So when we ventured into starting to implement the SOP and to really engage in the program, there were already kind of that short list of suppliers that we knew were kind of problem children for us. And we used it as an opportunity to educate them and to also be clear about what our expectation was and how this was going to work. And they actually were quite thankful for the information, because for some of it, they just didn't know what they didn't know. And it's not always that there's some nefarious intent at play, that they want to supply something. It might just be that they don't know.
Yeah, so we've talked about why to do it and a little bit of how to implement it. Now we've kind of pivoted into the outcomes, and I want to talk about that a little bit. Certainly the financial outcomes, but I'm guessing there are also some important outcomes there just on, one, product quality and consistency and safety and all that, and then that, I'm guessing, also ties into consumer trust and consumer satisfaction and brand value and the long-term success and protection of your businesses. So I'd love each of you to talk a little bit about maybe some of the outcomes so far since you've implemented this. Tanisha at Zymogen, what have some of the impacts been for you?
It has certainly saved us a lot of time and it helped us a lot financially, because it provides a clear roadmap for what to do and when, and both you and the supplier are on notice as to what needs to happen at this point and how do we remedy, if that's even possible. And while on the front end you have to do a bit of work so that you can make sure that you and your suppliers align and understand that you're on the same page, in the end it saves so much time and so much effort. It's not just the financial aspect with regards to the purchase of the ingredient, but it's also the cost of testing, it's the cost of the quality staff who's having to do investigations and all of that. So it's a huge return on the time investment that you're putting in.
Wonderful. Tom,
Yeah,
some of the outcomes
for us, it's been all positive from a standpoint of from a cost and excuse me, from a cost standpoint. So for us, the implementation, it just made sense for everything we were doing. For us, it was a huge effort to talk with suppliers. And again, it's not that we changed our standard or changed our level of quality, but what we did was we actually just set a stronger stance on and documented what we're doing. This is our standard. This is what we need to meet. If you can't do this, then it's very clear that we're not going to accept it and potentially even dispose of it if it is adulterated. So from our standpoint, it was just strengthening our stance and our standard already.
Yeah, and in your case, Tom, with there's nutritional supplements as a contract manufacturer, your customers are a lot of the brands. I'm guessing that the brands that you serve were very happy about this too, because this gives them that protection and all that benefit of the program.
Yes, and that's a lot for us at A&S. Our head of sales has said this many years and many times. We will not be the cheapest option, but we want to be the best value. So yes, the brands that we work with, they want high quality materials. We're not going to come in and make a bunch of stuff very cheap. We are going to use the right materials. So for us, the customers we do work with, they do appreciate that. And they do like the fact that we are challenging our suppliers. We are challenging the supply chain and making sure that they do have high quality materials in there and safe.
Yeah, that's great. Really appreciate it. I'm a consumer too. My family and many of yours are consumers of these products. And so, one, I want to make sure that I get what I'm paying for and it's going to give me and my family the health benefit that I'm expecting or hoping for. And I also want to make sure there's nothing dangerous in there. Some of the examples that Dr. Gaffner shared and that we've seen out there, putting, dyes that are not safe for human consumption into materials that are then sold, in the case of like the bilberry, or in the case of the cranberry. You've shared this story before, I've heard you, cranberry extract, which has been adulterated with grape skin extract, I believe, and then even that, grape seed extract, and then even that has been adulterated with peanut, the red peanut skin because of similar chemical profiles. And so, there you've got an adulterated adulterant, which is just crazy. It shows you the extent of the problem. But there you get into a real safety issue, right? We all know that there are peanut allergies out there, and somebody buys a cranberry product and there's peanut in it. We can't have that. So I really appreciate all the work that you're all doing on this and encourage everyone else to do that. We're running low on time, but I just want to say if anybody has any questions, we have a microphone out there. Raise your hand. Eric, yeah, can we?
Hi there, this is a question for Tanisha. So is Zymogen actively promoting the BAPSOP concept to the doctors? Because I know Zymogen's a practitioner-focused brand. And if so, do you find that the doctors are responsive to the concept?
So we have kind of notified some key partners that we do work with, and they're very happy about it. One thing that our practitioners have come to rely on us is that our quality is true quality, and that we're taking all the necessary steps to ensure that what they're receiving is actually what they intended to purchase and to prescribe to their patients.
Wonderful. All right, well, I want to stick to our time schedule. American Botanical Council has a booth here on the show floor, so if you want to stop by and chat with Mark Blumenthal or Dr. Gaffner or anyone else, Michael, anyone else on the team, I'm sure they would encourage that. I'm sure our speakers, if you want to reach out to them in the future. This is an all-on-board community effort here. Really appreciate you sharing your experiences. And like I said, we, SupplySide Informa, encourage this. It's not a requirement right now, but it is a guideline that we're recommending for every exhibitor and every attending company to adopt and implement this. I wrote an op-ed piece about this a couple months ago, and at the conclusion of it, I said, If you don't implement and adopt this, my question for you is why? There's no reason not to. Because if something is adulterated to the point that it's dangerous to be in the marketplace, why would you want to send that back to a supplier and potentially have them send it out to another brand that maybe doesn't have the same testing procedures in place as you? When this program first started, Mark coined the rhyme, burn it, don't return it, which is kind of a fun way to remember it, but it's true. If something is dangerous, it's adulterated, and beyond remedy, that's the key, right? These are things that are adulterated and beyond remedy, not fit for purpose of any kind. Let's get it out of the supply chain. So in the future, if one of our journalists approaches companies and asks, have you adopted this program? And the answer is no, the next question is going to be why. So I would encourage you to please learn about the SOP and the BAP program, follow these examples and many others of companies that are adopting it, and together we're just going to build a healthier, better industry where we can all succeed and our consumers can have the confidence that we want them to have in our product. So I want to thank our panel for being here, thank all of you for being here, and please enjoy the rest of your day here at SupplySide.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session. This is our book reading session. It's called Seeding Innovation, an exclusive book reading with author Robin O'Brien. My name is Amanda White. I'm the conference content manager for SupplySide. According to a Forbes survey on imposter syndrome, 61% of professionals admit to struggling with imposter syndrome at some point in their careers. Robin O'Brien argues that this internal battle could be a key to unlocking innovation. Our session objectives for today are how to tackle imposter syndrome, learn the STOP protocol to stop self-sabotage, and how to build a resilient mindset. Robin O'Brien is our speaker for today. She wrote the book Seeding Innovation, which I read and absolutely loved. As a thought leader in food and agriculture, Robin has spent over a decade raising awareness on the importance of transparency, sustainability, and innovation. Seeding Innovation captures her vision for a future where collaboration and creativity can solve the industry's biggest challenges. Please welcome Robin to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for making the time. There's so much going on out there, and I appreciate you guys carving out this window for us, and most importantly for you. The work that I have done over the last 15 years, if anybody had suggested that I would be in this position when I was a kid or a young woman coming through grad school, I would have said you're totally nuts. I was not an environmentalist. I was not a sustainability expert. I was the recipient of a very whitewashed education, so I was pretty clueless. And life has a funny way of really taking you to your knees. And the older I got, the more I saw that happening, and I thought, how do I actually just, instead of fighting this, instead of trying to fight this change, instead of trying to fight it, what would happen if I just completely released into it? And that was a bit of a foreign concept. I didn't have anybody that could model anything like that. But what we find ourselves on the front of right now is the need for radical change. And we can feel it this week ahead of the election. There is so much tension in our country right now. You could cut it like a knife. A friend the other day said, really, I wish that we just all had 2 weeks off until the other side of the election, because we're all waiting to see what happens next week. But what we're feeling are massive growing pains. Our country right now is going through incredible growth. And we're going from what feels like a teenager that thinks they know everything to this young adult that is realizing, as I did, how little I actually knew. And while that story for me, my background was graduated as a top woman in my class from business school, went to work on a team that managed $20 billion in assets, the only woman on the team. It was very executional, it was very mathematical, it was not emotional, and I really liked it that way because I felt like I was in control. But then when my youngest child was born and she had this life-threatening allergic reaction, and I started to pull at these threads and go back to those analysts and go back to people at Goldman Sachs and go back to people at Morgan Stanley and start to ask these questions and thread these threads together, it was this incredibly destabilizing, incredibly humbling, and incredibly terrifying awareness of how little I actually knew. And once I released into that, once I stopped fighting how little I knew and just released completely into that, there was this incredible transformation that happened where, rather than trying to present as if I knew everything, which I clearly didn't, I could approach everything as if I was a student with this curiosity and this hunger to learn. And I think when we are at the front of change and when we are at the front of innovation, which, you walk around this show, that's what it is. It's the hunger of a curious student that is the energy that you need that will serve you well. And so as I began this exploratory adventure of what is actually happening here, How have we inherited systems that are so fundamentally flawed that they extract so much from so many of us? And what could we possibly do to change it? And so for me, the work that I have always done, the absolute compass of my work is courage. And if you take the word courage and you break it down, the word courage is actually derived from the Latin word cor, which means heart. This is my heart's work. There is nothing else that I will be doing until the end of time. I am a student on a very vertical learning curve. I would invite you to give yourself permission to be the same. That in that exploratory adventure and in that curiosity, you get to participate in an experience and in an adventure that is beyond anything you could possibly imagine. If I had tried to control this, if I had tried to control for the outcome of this, there's no way, there's absolutely no way I would be where I am today. I had to release into it and allow that curiosity and that exploration and the partnerships and the collaboration to carry me. And so in the early years of that work, what that felt like was really, waking up to the fact, and this was back in like 2007, 2008, that the food system's highly contaminated. It's polluted. It's full of a lot of ingredients that are not used anywhere else in the world. We know that. What that enables then is this need for incredible innovation and incredible collaboration to up-level this system. And it requires absolutely every single part of it, from policy to the farmers. And what I found was, in the early years, I really wanted Erin Brockovich to do this. I did not want to do it. I did not want to have to be the whistleblower. I did not want to stick my neck out. People kept saying, you're like Erin Brockovich in the food system, you're like Erin Brockovich. I kept thinking, that's great. I've just got to figure out how to connect with Erin Brockovich, and then I can hand it to her, and then she's going to do it. And so I did. I reached out to Erin Brockovich, and it took me 2 weeks probably to write a 4-sentence email to Erin Brockovich because I'm super type A. And I didn't want her to think I was crazy. And I was like, okay, my 4th child had this allergic reaction. Here's what I have unearthed. Monsanto's funding this very large nonprofit in the food allergy space. Fact, 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 fact. Took me 2 weeks to write a 4-sentence email. And when I sent it, my goal was for her to pick it up and take it on as one of the initiatives that she took on. 4 days after I sent that email, to my absolute shock and glee, Erin Brockovich replied. And she's like, I am so glad someone is finally taking this on. My brother died from a life-threatening allergic reaction. And in that moment, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to do this. If Erin Brockovich is basically saying, thank you for doing this and taking this on, I have to do this. And something that I talk a lot about in Seeding Innovation is what I call your FQ, and it's your ability to figure stuff out. We all have an FQ score. Part of it comes from the scrappiness we were raised as a child with, any adversity that we came up, through childhood with, our intelligence, our creativity, our curiosity, our support system, all of that goes into this function, this equation that is your FQ score. And something I've always really known about myself is I can figure shit out. I can figure it out. If I don't know the answers, I can usually run down somebody who does. And what I would invite you to consider is that none of us can figure any of this out by ourselves. It would be useless. What you can do is build what I call your scaffolding. And your scaffolding is like when this amazing building was being constructed, imagine the scaffolding that went around it. As some of these booths were being constructed, imagine the scaffolding that went around it as it was constructed. We are no different. And we require scaffolding to grow and become the leaders and the full people that we are meant to be. So with that, I started to get really intentional about who is around me. Who do I want to have around me? And in the early years, I knew that the science was my weak link, so I surrounded myself with brilliant scientists, and they were from all over the world. I knew that's where I was exposed, so that was part of my scaffolding. The other were the people that just have your back, the ones who you turn to no matter what, and they have your back. And for me, they didn't come from the normal places. It didn't come from my spouse. It didn't come from my siblings. It didn't come from my parents. For a lot of people, that's what they'll tell you. That's who they turn to. For me, it didn't come from those places. It was like the universe just dropped in these amazing people who at the absolute right time suddenly appeared in exactly the role that I needed them to appear in, as a mentor, as a friend, as a cheerleader. When those people appear in your life, or if they already exist, love them with everything that you have, because they are absolute gold, the ones who have your back. And so as I began to feel this support with this scaffolding system, again, it sort of awakened in me the capabilities that I knew I could deliver forward. But I think one of the things that we get stuck in as individuals is like, and what I did, is where you see someone like Erin Brockovich and you think, okay, should I model myself on that? You shouldn't at all. Because each one of you sitting here, you are so uniquely designed. Your unique combination of skill sets, your unique combination of relationships, your unique combination of passions, no one else can be like you. And that's the whole point, is you are actually supposed to be here in this lifetime living at that highest capacity that you are here to live, to not duplicate or replicate anybody else. Sure, you can look to somebody like Erin Brockovich and be completely inspired by her courage, but you can't be Erin Brockovich. I could not be Erin Brockovich. I don't want to be Erin Brockovich, because everything that I am, that I had to give, I had to get really comfortable with owning that and that authenticity. And what I will tell you is that that authenticity, and then the vulnerability that comes with really sitting with all of this stuff, when you really sit with yourself and you have to get really honest with who you are, that is a superpower. I am convinced that authenticity is a superpower, because then no one will be able to take away what you create. And so as I sat with that, I thought, what are the things that are me? And in this book, one of the exercises that I have the reader do is at the end of every chapter, I have you take an inventory, so that by the end of the book, you have what I call a personal balance sheet, which is, these are the things about you that are absolutely your assets, and these are the things about you that are your liabilities. And every company has both assets and liabilities. We all do. And you are able to better manage your life and your career when you are really honest about what these things are. And so in the beginning, I thought, what are my assets? This passion, this curiosity, this intelligence, these resources that I had in my education, this network that I've been building my entire life, those are incredible assets. What were my liabilities? I am really stubborn. And I realized, I can run headlong into something, and then, my liabilities of not knowing the science and needing to support myself there. Once you identify your liabilities, you can work with them instead of trying to hide them. And so as the work continued, what became really, really fascinating was, as I was able to really stand in that place with total honesty, it invited other people to do the same. And I found that I started to hear from CEOs of global food companies. When I gave that TED Talk, I gave a TED Talk in 2011 that was based on my first book. No one was talking about this in 2011. I was way ahead of the curve. And when I took that stage in Austin, Texas, and I had never spoken to a group of 600 people, nothing that size before, I remember I just said a prayer to please let my heart speak. It wasn't about me. I just felt that I was just this messenger, that this message had to come through. And when I was done, the audience started to stand up, and I remember thinking there was a slide behind me that must have said like 7th inning stretch, stand up. And the curator came on stage and she said, you need to stay because we don't give standing ovations in Texas very often. And I realized what was happening was that an audience in the middle of Texas, which still largely conservative, was not participating in the food movement in 2011. They were rising to this. And I still will maintain that food security is national security, and protecting the health of our population is one of the most patriotic things that we can do. It's nonpartisan. It's not even bipartisan. It is nonpartisan. It is patriotic to protect the health of our families. And so from that TED Talk, when that thing went online, my life changed. My life didn't change with the first book in 2009. It changed with that TED Talk. Because all of a sudden, people could find me. All of Monsanto's people could find me. All of the Corn Refiners Association people could find me. All of the scientists funded by Monsanto could find me. And they found me. And they did everything they could to condescend, marginalize, dismiss, belittle, threaten, scare, intimidate, all of it. And I remember thinking, if this is everything they are throwing at me, we've got this. And I knew I had to build a bigger team. And then what was absolutely remarkable was about 2 to 3 weeks after that talk went online, I got an email from the CEO of Nestle's frozen food division. So the division that makes Stouffer's, lean cuisines, Hot Pockets. And he emailed and he said, you can say things I can't say. I need you to come out to Nestle and I need you to work with my team because I am so concerned that we are losing market share and that this building that we're all in is going to go from 5 floors to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, and I'm going to lay off all of these employees that I love. So from Boulder, I flew out to Solon, Ohio to meet with Nestle's frozen food division and the CEO there. At that point, people in Boulder were like, you're nuts. Like, it's Nestle. How are they going to change anything? And I remember looking at this friend and saying, how do you actually change anything if you're not brave enough to sit at the table and have the conversation? So I flew to Ohio. The first night, we made gourmet Hot Pockets and lean cuisines with all of these beautiful fresh vegetables in this gorgeous kitchen, sitting on top of this giant building. It was beautiful on these little trays, and I was sitting next to the CEO of Nestle's frozen food division. And he knew everything. He had a son with autism. He was totally deathly afraid. And he was leaning and he was right at my shoulder. And I turned to him and I said, Frank, you know everything. Like, you know everything. Because in these global food companies, most senior leaders have worked in Europe or Asia or Australia, where food integrity and those standards are light years higher than ours. And so they know that they are operating from that double standard place, and he was absolutely no different. And I said, Frank, you know this? What are you afraid of? And he leaned in and without hesitating, he said, I'm afraid of my board of directors. So I thought, okay, how do we actually A, educate these boards, and B, diversify them? Because if women are in charge of 85% of household purchases, and the birth of that first child is when a family goes through a pretty radical transformation in what they're putting into their kitchen, women play an incredibly important role here. And then on top of that, when you look at the fact that 60 to 80% of smallholder farmers around the world are women, they're the ones on the ground doing whatever we're going to be doing to the soil and to those crops. And then in the US, when you look at the fact that now 60% of college graduates are women, women are highly educated, they're coming into the workforce with these values and with these beliefs. And then I think what was probably the most fascinating to me as I was pulling the research around female leadership, because in my gut, I knew this to be true. And I kept thinking, why do I know this to be true? And I think when you look to any species outside of us, when you look outside of us, when you look at all of the other species in nature, there's a balance between the masculine and feminine. They don't argue about it. They don't put policies in place. It just exists, that equilibrium between the masculine and the feminine. And yet our species, this one species, went like this. And it's in that discord, and it's in that disconnect, and it's in that tension that all of a sudden, like, we energetically are throwing things off. And so how do we restore that equilibrium? How do we restore that balance between the masculine and feminine? It's not either or. It's this perfect equilibrium that we need to get back to. And it was fascinating because as I really started to research that, the outperformance of a team that has Black women in leadership is 30%. The outperformance of a team that has women in leadership, you put a woman in as CEO, within the first 2 years, you will outperform by 20%. And I remember looking at this and thinking, if these were products, you were walking around and you had a product that was outperforming by 30% or 20%, you would be doing everything you could to make sure that everybody knew about that product. So how do we create these hybrid governance teams? Because that's actually what needs to happen. And so as I've kind of continued through this whole process, it's been fascinating. And I know that anyone sitting here today would have experienced the same thing, because I think it's just part of the human experience. And that is that we all have these naysayers in our lives. I mean, it's like, maybe it's a mom, maybe it's a sibling, maybe it's a relative, maybe it's a negative friend, but we all have that person in our life that is just a naysayer. And that energy just brings you way down, brings you way down. And something I learned was to sort of honor the naysayer for whatever it is that's going on in their life, that they need to be that negative, naysaying person, and gently move them out of the way. Because to create the kind of change and pioneer the kind of changes that we need to see in our systems, all of them, that naysayer negativity is quite corrosive and toxic. And then the other thing that I encountered in the process was this kind of, who am I to do this? Like, who am I to do this? And you have to flip that question on its head. Who are you not to? You have your own unique design, you have your own unique talents, you have your own unique skills. Who are you not to bring everything that you are to this? And you cannot do it by yourself. So who is on your team? Who are the people that are on your team, and how do you continue to build that team? And something I learned early on was just to continue to reach out to people, to not be afraid of no. Sometimes no is just not yet. It's a not yet. And you just keep reaching out, and you keep building your team, and you keep exercising that courage, because it is like any other muscle that's in your body. The more you use that courage, the stronger it gets. And so as I was coming through this and really looking at this food system, and I mean, we really, like, what we have in our hands today is a mess. But there's policy that we can change, there are practices that we can change, there's capital flow that we can change, and there's so much that we can do. And one of the things that I sat with was, thinking about when I'm 80 and grandchildren are asking when you knew that this was happening, when it became screamingly obvious that the food system is polluted and harming the health of not only our families, our country, our soil, our farmers. What did you do? And we'll be able to say we did everything we could. We came together and bravely challenged what was conventional and built something that was so much smarter. Smarter for the health of our families, smarter for the health of farmers, smarter for the health of the farm economy, and smarter for the health of the environment. Because what we have created is a highly abusive system, and if capital is the first ingredient in any of these things, which it is, that capital has come in a highly, highly extractive manner. And so for us to be thinking about what are other sources of capital, and we're starting to see that emerge. You see these incredible organizations like the Fearless Fund. You see incredible impact organizations that are saying, we will give you your returns, and also our moral compass is planetary integrity. And those are the organizations, and those are the leaders, and those are the people that are really tip of the spear pioneering this change. And something that I often say, and it's so true, is that you know a pioneer by the number of arrows they have in their back, because of the naysayers and because of the people that are trying to drag you down. And what I have come to understand today is that that is actually part of the journey. Is that when you are being challenged by someone, that is actually your opportunity to push through and grow, to really birth yourself into this higher level, into this next level of leadership, into this higher version of yourself that you know you are capable of becoming. But I think probably one of the hardest things that I had to get through, I could handle the for-hire scientists from Monsanto, I could handle the blistering, I could handle the blonde crap they threw at me and the condescension and the ridicule and all of these things. I could handle that. The thing that was the hardest for me to get through was the voice in my head. Because I think we all have these voices in our head that is like, who are you to do that? And we are really mean to ourselves. And I remember one day thinking something just horrifically mean about myself and looking at my daughter and thinking, if she ever said that to herself, I would do everything I could to erase it, unwind it, and I would never say something out loud to someone else that I say as meanly as I say to myself. So what's that about? And I thought, how do you actually change that? Because if I've got this voice in my head, it doesn't matter what anything looks like on the outside. If this is going on the inside, like that is toxic. And I thought, let me suspend this voice for a second and see what's going on here. And so I suspended the voice, and I thought, whose voice is that? And I really invite you to do this exercise. When that voice comes on in your head, and you know what I'm talking about, you know the voice. When it comes on in your head, suspend it for a second and actually create a little bit of space from it, because you feel like it's in you. It's not. Create that space and look at that voice and say, okay, is it masculine? Is it feminine? Is it a dad? Is it a mom? Is it a spouse? Is it a teacher you once had? Who is that critic in your head? And more often than not, I would say almost 100% of the time, you will find that that voice is not yours. You have adopted that from some point earlier in your life. In my case, it was my mother. And I think what she was probably trying to do was protect me from what she was afraid was going to cause great harm. I do want to believe that it was well-intended, but that voice was so negative and so critical. And I remember thinking, thank you, Mom, for what you were trying to do here, but you are not my voice. So S, for this stop protocol that I developed, the S is suspend the voice. So you can actually stop for a minute and identify it. The T in the stop protocol that I developed to really help harness this, the T is tone police it. Because I promise you would never, ever, to someone that you love, speak the way and as cruelly as we speak to ourselves. The O is offer an alternative. And here's where I was like, oh God, now what do I do? You know, I have lived for 50 years with this really mean voice in my head. How do I create an alternative? What is the alternative that I offer? And I remember reading once, what if we actually spoke to ourselves the way that we talk to our dogs? And you think about like the way an animal comes into your life, and the highest vibration on any energetic chart, one of the highest vibrations is a happy dog, where the whole dog is shaking, not just their tail, but like their whole being is shaking because they're so excited to see you. And the way that you talk to them and the way that you show love, and I thought, what if that's the voice? Or some kind of, you know, create some kind of kind, if it was a godmother you had in your life, I have an amazing godmother, that voice in my head, that kind voice calls me Robbie. And that voice, I thought, okay, every time I hear this mean voice, stop her and replace it with the kind voice until the kind voice becomes the dominant voice in your head. So I was giving this talk to a global corporate group, and one of the men raised his hand and he said, how long did it take you to rewire that voice? And it took me a year. Because the P of stop protocol is you have to practice it. And just like courage is a muscle, controlling that negative naysaying voice in your head, that critic, is a muscle too. And I would argue that the most detrimental thing to most of us is that critic that is between our ears. It holds us back. It keeps you from living your highest and fullest potential. And there are so many problems that are in our system. When you look at the financial discrimination, I still, to this day, even on the board of the Regenerative Organic Alliance, I struggle with the word regenerative, because so many of the problems that we have in agriculture today are structured into the system because of the financials. And what we did was in fundamentally changing the way that we grow food and genetically engineering seeds, and then requiring farmers to license and trademark and patent, you know, the patenting that happened. It changed the financial model on the farm so that farmers couldn't just save seeds year after year after year. They had to take out loans. So then they had to qualify for loans. And so then guess what happened? Because we'd taken land away from black farmers, only the white farmers qualified for the loans. So the black farmers were discriminated against. White farmers moved forward. They qualified in the credit system for the loans so that they could purchase the seeds and purchase the chemicals. And what we ended up doing was abandoning completely the wisdom that we now call regeneration. So those black farming families hold the wisdom of how to care for the soil because they were so discriminated against that they never had access to the agrochemical model in the first place. And so really, again, it's this, what we actually are asking for is this integration of bringing all of these pieces back together to create this whole that is our country. And if you look at any one thread, and I look at farming in America, it's 70% white male. You look at finance in America, it's 98% white male. You have one skinny white thread And we know that a fabric woven together of all of these different threads and all of these different colors is going to be so much stronger than that skinny white thread. And so that is the invitation, and the data supports it, that when you have these hybrid teams, you will outperform. And so when we get into these arguments about DEI, and I mean, right now it is all over the news. To me, it's like, I don't care what you want to call it. What you want is that integration of the masculine and the feminine, of this diversification, because it makes a far stronger fabric than that one single thread. And for me, the work that I do, food security is national security. There is not a doubt in my mind that this is a national security issue. It is that important. So the work that all of you are doing could not be more critical. And so in this book, which I really like, I loved writing this book, because my first book, The Unhealthy Truth, was really like, here's all the problems. And I'm not a naysayer, I'm not a negative person. To have to be the whistleblower was really hard. That was hard for me personally. And then with this book, I could come along and say, here are these amazing examples of innovation and creativity and passion and purpose, and walk you through exercises that you can do so that you can really kind of hone in on what that is for you personally, and then find your people so that you can really start to build this together. And don't be afraid to start small. The very first talk that I ever gave was at the Jewish Community Center in Boulder, and 6 people came. One was my kid's pediatrician, the other was a dietitian friend. Those 2 ended up meeting at that thing and got married, which I still to this day believe was sort of a blessing on the whole thing, but there were 6 people. If I hadn't said yes to that, I never would have been on the stage at the World Bank in May. It just, you have to say yes. You can't be afraid to start small. We all learned how to ride a bike in increments. You know, a baby learns how to talk in increments. This is no different as you grow into the leader and the fullness of everything that you are meant to be. So I think we probably have some time for some questions. And I'm just so grateful that all of you are here, because what I would love to imagine is that 10 years from now, one of you is sitting up here talking about the leadership that you represent and the changes that you've made, because that really is the invitation. It is an all hands on deck moment across every sector, across all of these challenges, are all of these opportunities for all of us to participate and to engage. So thank you so much for the participation and the engagement today.
Thank you. Yes, give her a round of applause. I love that we brought you here. I loved the book. I was wondering if you would share the serendipitous moment of how it all started. I love serendipity, and I feel like we don't really have much of that because of the hustle and bustle and rush, and we're all tired. We're distracted. And so, yeah, just share like how the book came about.
There's so much serendipity in this book. So last April, my youngest child was about to graduate high school, and she turned to me and she was like, Mom, are you gonna be okay with an empty nest? I mean, I'd raised 4 children, and I was like, I'm gonna be fine. And then I went to coffee with a friend, and he's, you know, we were talking, and he just was so worried about how acute these crises are becoming, and we were talking about our kids. And I said, somebody needs to write a business leadership book that brings this forward, but brings it forward in a human way, not just in the operational way. Because there's tons of business leadership books that tell you how to operationalize everything. I, to my toes, believe that this is the work. You got to do this, and then everything operationalizes from there. So I said, somebody needs to write this business leadership book, you know, that sort of teaches this how to operate, you know, from this internal mode. And I am not kidding. 2 days later, I get an email unsolicited from a senior editor at Wiley Publishing, and he says, have you thought about writing a business leadership book? You have a very unique sort of take on all of this. And I was like, is someone bugging my life? Like, is my car bugged? And I emailed him back. I'm like, Brian, I literally just said this 2 days ago to a friend. And so it fell out just so incredibly quickly and so beautifully. And that continued to happen. My youngest is at NYU, and she was going to be in Madrid for the year, and so I decided I would write the book. I'd take her over, move her into her dorm, and write the book from this little town on the coast of Portugal, where I could literally shut out the world, lock in, and write it. And I picked this town because of the VRB. I mean, it was just random. And I picked the town, and I took the train from Lisbon to this little town, and I get to the town, I don't speak any Portuguese, and the name of the town is Granja. And the meaning of Granja in Portuguese is farm. So it continues. I think you have to, one of the things I've allowed is you have to leave a little bit of room for the magic. We try to control everything, and when we do, it doesn't allow for just these amazing magic moments. And we've all had them where you meet someone and it just feels like you've suddenly like dropped in with a new old friend. But there really is, there is so much serendipity and there is so much magic if you really can hold that space for it.
Thank you, that's beautiful. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions? We have a mic runner if you do. Well, I could keep going. So, I read the book over the last couple weeks, and I noticed it's written more towards entrepreneurs, which is near and dear to my heart as a former entrepreneur. And many of our attendees are not entrepreneurs. So what would you, how can they tackle these principles working for a company?
I think, I understand that it is a story of entrepreneurship, but I also see it as a story of growth. And within every big company, there is the entrepreneur too, and the innovation that's required to successfully lead inside of a big company. But then I just feel like there's so much in personal development that's required of all of us. And that growth can be really scary at times, but it's also where all of this magic happens. You stay in your comfort zone, it's completely predictable and it's completely safe, and you know exactly what you're gonna get, and you're never gonna grow. And I think, to really consider whether you're a manager or a young person on a team, growth feels good. It is, again, to get back to nature, that we are actually part of nature. You plant a seed in your garden and it grows. Like, we are supposed to grow. And so to think about it as ways to foster the innovation and foster the growth in your team and in your company, and to build resilient mindsets, I also think that's really incredibly important, because one of the best pieces of advice I got early in my career is that life will throw curveballs. And I have had some absolutely insanely, wickedly hard curveballs thrown at me. Life will throw curveballs. Your success depends on how you respond to them. Like, none of us get out of here alive without those curveballs. The success of your life, personally or professionally, depends on how you respond to those curveballs. So I think, yes, there are examples of entrepreneurship, but for me, this is about business development, personal development, and growth.
Perfect. Oh, we have a question from an audience member.
Thank you so much for speaking. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with the pioneering leadership and motherhood? I have a young child, and sometimes one of my brain blocks is you have to wait until he's older before you can really go and charge forth and change things, but I'd love to hear about how you navigated that.
I did not have examples of working mothers in my life when the kids were younger, and now they're 19 to 24. And I remember thinking, again, like, these rules that are so arbitrary that maybe our mothers or grandmothers might have had for us, it's a very personal thing. You have to do what works for you. And I've always been somebody that gets up really early, so that, has always been my sacred time. When I was in the investment world, we had to be on the desk at 6:30 in the morning. I'm so grateful for that early conditioning, because that time before the kids wake up, to me, is just sacred time. And then the other thing that I tried to do was I tried to include them as much as possible. So when I was doing policy work, whether it was with the governor at the state capitol or meeting with a member of Congress, I just brought them with me, and to engage them as much as possible, because I wanted them to see, I wanted them to experience it. And what's really interesting is that along the way, I thought, I kept checking in all through their upbringing, like, are people making fun of you guys at school? Are you being ridiculed because you have this very outspoken mom on these issues? And now all four of them, justice is sort of a core tenet to who they are. So I wouldn't, my only suggestion, and it's so personal, so I won't dictate anything, but the only thing that I would offer is allow them to participate in it somehow. Let them see what you were doing. When I was being hideously cyberbullied, I was so early to the cyberbullying, when that TED Talk first came out and when the book came out, when that cyberbullying was happening, I sat the kids in front of the computer and I showed them exactly what people were saying from the safety of anonymity. And I said, am I gonna let somebody who's not even brave enough to do this under their own name tell me who I am, or do I know with conviction who I am? And so I think, the more that you can engage them, there are just so many amazing life lessons that are part of this whole journey, that is work, and really work is this self-discovery that we find along the way.
Thank you for that. So I'm afraid we're out of time, but Robin's going to be signing books at the back. So grab your book, meet her over there. You can ask further questions then. Thank you so much, Robin. Really enjoyed this time with you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better. Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience. Priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Guys, take a seat. Hi. Hey, everybody. SupplySide West, great to see you. Great to see you. Hope you all are having a great show. I'm Duffy Hayes with Informa Markets and the SupplySide team, and I'd like to start today's session with a question. Did you know that there's a segment of our industry with mandatory product listing and compulsory safety substantiation? Of course, I'm talking about cosmetics, and we've got the ongoing rollout of the MOCRA regulatory program, excuse me. That's what we're going to dive headlong into today. Thanks for joining us. To do that, we have two fantastic presenters in the space, which is where we're going to start. I want to introduce our first presenter. It's Mark Moulin. He's Director of Clinical Services at KGK Science. Not only is KGK a consultancy that's deeply involved in the cosmetics category, but Mark is someone we can all really learn a lot from. I'm sure you'll all agree. Mark, I'll turn it over to you now. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Sorry, Duffy, is this the...
That's your clicker, yeah.
Clicker? Just green button?
Green button, yeah.
Green button, terrific. Okay, good afternoon. As Duffy said, my name is Mark Mullen, Director of Clinical Services at KGK Science, contract research organization located in London, Ontario, specializing in clinical research and regulatory expertise for the nutraceutical industry. But I'm here today to talk about meeting the safety compliance burden under the new Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act. I think there we go, back in it. All right, diving in. So if you're in the cosmetics industry, or even if you aren't, you're probably aware by now that the Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act was signed into law by President Biden on December 9, 2022. And this represents the first significant amendment of the FDA&C Act for cosmetics since it was first enacted in 1938. MOCR implements full authority for GMP regulations for cosmetics, cosmetic facility registration, record keeping requirements, mandatory reporting of serious adverse events, mandatory ingredient and product listings for cosmetics, and perhaps most importantly, safety substantiation. Considering that people use, on average, 6 to 12 cosmetic products a day, MOCR represents an important step towards greater consumer safety, consumer confidence in retailers, greater compliance by the industry, and greater authority for the FDA to enforce compliance. The major moving pieces of MOCR are GMPs, the need to have and provide records documentation to the FDA, as well as required safety substantiation. Here's the roadmap for today. We'll aim to provide a brief overview of MOCR and the timelines for compliance when FDA expects to release draft and final rules. We'll then briefly go into adverse event reporting, GMPs, testing and record keeping, and follow up with safety substantiation. Finally, we'll talk about best practices and final conclusions and takeaways from today's presentation. This slide highlights key terminology under MOCR, some very technical language, and you may ask what constitutes safety substantiation. Now, you might know what it means for clinical trials and making structure function claims. And with safety substantiation cosmetics, it's actually the same thing. It constitutes that for all tests, studies, research, analyses, and other evidence that is considered among experts, sufficient to support with certainty that a cosmetic product is safe. So nothing new here. And the safety standard under MOCR is aligned with conventional foods and dietary supplements. Safe means not injurious to users under the conditions of use prescribed in the labeling thereof, or under such conditions of use that are customary or usual. Now, SOPs should delineate the responsible person at a company who is in charge of maintaining the collective repository of evidence intended to support, with reasonable certainty, the safety of cosmetic ingredients and the finished product. The responsible party is the manufacturer, the packer or distributor of a cosmetic product whose names appears on the label of said cosmetic. But the designated person should be named in an SOP by the company. And just like GMP inspections for dietary supplements, the responsible party who handles record keeping is the person who will be interfacing with the FDA during inspections. Here's the FDA's official cosmetic roadmap. So as I mentioned, we start with the enactment of MOCR on December 29th, 2022. We had an extended deadline on November 8th, 2023 for enforcement, as well as FDA's Cosmetic Direct, which is a portal where companies can go to register their ingredients and their finished products. The deadlines for MOCR enforcement on safety substantiation, adverse event reporting, record keeping, and mandatory recall authority were set in December 2023. The proposed rule for allergen labeling in cosmetics was on June 29, 2024, but that date has come and gone at this point. And enforcement was delayed to July 1st, 2024 of this year for cosmetic facility registration and registration with Cosmetic Direct. Then we have the CGMP proposed rule for cosmetics scheduled for the end of this year. The allergen labeling final rule is set for February of next year. And finally, the CGMP finalized rule is set for the end of 2025. All very ambitious deadlines. And as you may have noticed as I went through that, there's a bit of a theme, and that would be government delay. Given that DSHEA required final guidance for NDI notifications in 1994, let me say that again, 1994, and we're still waiting for those guidelines to come out in pieces well into 2025, you can see how long this may take despite the ambition behind it. Let's remember that even the road to hell was also paved with good intentions. I'm going to just briefly touch on adverse event reporting because the next speaker is going to dive more deeply into the topic. But this is a graph of self-reported adverse event symptoms experienced by citizens in the European Union. Now, the European Union has had greater oversight of cosmetic products for a long period of time, so there just may be more data that is available. However, again, Rick will go into that more deeply. But because the cosmetic market is so global, what has been reported elsewhere could very well be what we see reported here in just a few years. Now, I don't think there's anything overly surprising about what's on this graph, except for maybe the more serious events, such as swelling, burns, and difficulty breathing. But what this graph highlights well is the wide range of adverse events that are reported, the potential seriousness of those adverse events, and really the importance of mandatory safety substantiation. Moving on to cosmetic CGMPs, while there has been guidance and FDA has issued warning letters, mostly over contamination and failure to register, there hasn't been either a final rule or a formal inspection program related to cosmetics. This will take time. If we draw a comparison to the dietary supplement CGMP final rule, it was passed in 2008, but it took 2 years to train up investigators. They issued 8 warning letters in their first year, and it started ramping up from 50 inspections annually to 700 inspections annually. And there wasn't the first inspection of a foreign company until about 2013. So there will be a ramp-up period. We can expect contaminants and inadequate contaminant testing to be a major issue for FDA, as well as how specifications were set and whether those specifications were met and if there's records of that actually occurring. Those are likely going to be the top 3 issues for the FDA, as these were points of contention for them during the GMP inspections in dietary supplements. It will become imperative for companies to start writing SOPs, who they're designating as the person for record keeping and who will be responsible for managing access to those records. Company education will be critical, and writing SOPs for how one handles voluntary recalls and who makes up that voluntary recall team as well. Evidence One has collected for substantiation, as well as what we've talked about in terms of GMP records, will become critical. There will be lots of growing pains and potential black eyes in the industry, as most likely some very large players will probably be made into examples of by the FDA. With the exception of color additives, prior to MOCR, there was no requirement for FDA approval of cosmetic ingredients of finished products before entering the market. In the past, cosmetic ingredients and products had to be adequately substantiated for safety, but companies had an out. For products that didn't have adequate substantiation, manufacturers were allowed to apply a warning label that said that safety had not been determined. This is no longer an option. They will have to have substantiation for their ingredients, safety exposure, rationale for the level selected, and ultimately what was included in that final product. So MOCR now mandates that you must have safety substantiation for your cosmetic products and removes the option of using that warning label. If you rely on a supplier, you must still have those records. FDA will be inspecting label distributors of cosmetics and contract manufacturers, so they will be asking you for that documentation. It will no longer be enough to say that someone else has it. And while we wait for federal guidance, it won't stop the FDA from asking and making copies of records relating to safety substantiation. And there is no FDA regulation which mandates specific testing to be conducted for safety, so there is no prescriptive or standardized approach at this time. Now, the United States Congress seems to be arguing for reliance on non-animal methods for determining safety, but they're not in charge of those details, and that has been left up to the agency. It may not be what you want to hear, but animal testing is unlikely to go away. It is not banned, and over 90% of current cosmetic ingredients have already been tested for safety using standard animal models that model human skin. Animal testing is probably the gold standard for safety, but FDA is allowing for flexibility with non-animal methods. The only issue is that the FDA says you may not be able to get there using animal methods alone. The burden is yours, and you may find that you need to perform substantiation with animal models. They say testing should be phased out of the industry and avoid animal testing when you can, but at the same time they're encouraging scientifically robust methods to substantiate safety. Both FTC and FDA state you must have scientifically robust methods to support safety, and that often means animal testing. So recognize that Congress is saying one thing to encourage the phasing out of animal testing, but they're not the sole authority on that, and you may realize that animal models are the only way to go. It's not a cruelty-free claim argument. It's really just a statement regarding reality while we wait for FDA to bless certain non-animal methods. Cosmetic safety dossiers should include risk assessments to appropriately assess a consumer's risk to a cosmetic product and its ingredients. Risk assessments identify any ingredient hazards while estimating exposure to determine safety of their cosmetic product. The quote on the bottom of this slide comes directly from the FDA webpage, and it states that after considering available alternatives, companies may determine that animal testing is necessary to assure the safety of their product or ingredient. Moving on from the previous slide, we have hazard assessment. This considers both local and systemic toxicity concerns. And there's actually a few excellent resources available, including the Cosmetic Ingredient Review, the European Food Safety Authority, and the Scientific Committee for Consumer Safety Opinions, or the SCCS. These organizations provide scientific opinions and conclusions on the safety of ingredients for human use in either cosmetics or food. And the FDA has previously opined that these resources are taken into consideration when they evaluate cosmetic safety, making the CIR an excellent resource for this assessment. There's also databases like ECHA, the US EPA CompTox database, which would compile identity and hazard information as well. As mentioned earlier, so animal testing is not mandated under MOCRA, but in vivo animal testing is certainly the gold standard with the FDA and best practices. There's also historical animal data, in silico testing, benchmark dose modeling, and or read-across approaches, which all are viable options for hazard assessment. If there are significant gaps in scientific evidence, animal toxicological testing may be necessary to demonstrate the safety of the finished product, such as in vitro genotoxicity studies, subchronic, chronic, or other animal models. Safety substantiation may also require you to investigate chemical or physical characteristics, such as solubility. Exposure-based approaches are used to consider the cumulative and relevant exposure to a finished product and its ingredients. Exposure assessments take into account the type of the product, the route of exposure, how often a consumer will be expected to use that product based on instructions of use, as well as product formulations, not only considering the ingredient, but their actual individual concentrations at which they are present. The SCCS published notes of guidance for the safety evaluation of cosmetic products. The guidance explains the scientific approach one can take in the assessment of safety and provides average daily exposure levels for cosmetics across 35 different categories. And in 2011, the US EPA published a handbook providing information on various human physiological and behavioral factors that can be used to assist in the assessment of exposure. It estimates data on the quantity of the product used, the frequency of use, the duration of use, and it also provides factors on dermal exposure which can be used in the risk assessment. Of course, for cosmetics, the dermal route of exposure is often the most critical one. The systemic exposure dose, or SED, is the amount of a substance that is estimated to enter the bloodstream upon dermal exposure. SED calculations use a known dermal absorption rate, typically taken from published literature, the skin surface area expected to be exposed, and the average frequency of use. Values that can be obtained from resources such as the EPA or the SCCS notes of guidance. And when assessing the risk of cosmetics via dermal exposure, the margin of safety calculation, or the MOS, is a useful tool. In practice, oral route studies are used in this calculation to consider systemic toxicity, and the MOS is the ratio between the expected dosage of exposure and a dose that was determined to have no adverse risk from the hazard assessment. Therefore, all available ingredient and exposure data is considered in the final safety assessment. It combines both the hazard and exposure evaluations to assess one's risk, and varies significantly based on the type of data that is collected to arrive at a final conclusion. So you may have greater confidence in animal testing or use of historical animal data, but there are animal-free methods such as QSAR or ToxTree that can estimate safety as well. Traditional risk assessments follow the pathway on the left, which is now highlighted, and the idea is to establish a definitive no observed adverse effect level or lowest observed adverse effect level, and these are used in risk assessment as a point of departure, or POD. The benchmark dose is an alternative approach used by the WHO and EFSA for estimating point of departure, and PODs are often then used to derive a toxicological reference dose, or RFD. And the RFD is the dose which estimates daily exposure that occurs without an appreciable risk of adverse events over a particular lifetime. Meanwhile, animal-free testing methods utilize computational tools such as quantitative structure-activity relationship, or QSAR modeling, or the threshold of toxicological concern, known as the TTC approach. QSAR looks to understand relationships between molecular structures or functional groups of similar compounds to predict the probability of toxicity of an ingredient. It makes assumptions and is not based on any animal data, other than what can be extrapolated on safety from known compounds with similar functional groups. It essentially provides a structurally known analogs to your compounds, and then assigns a classification number from 1 to 5, depending on whether the ingredient has any alerts for carcinogenicity or mutagenicity to arrive at a safety conclusion. Finally, the threshold of toxicological concern, or TTC approach, considers the structural nature of the ingredient to group it into one of 3 structural classes. Each class is assigned a threshold value that can be compared to the SED to arrive at a safety conclusion. Generally, alternative methods to animal testing are used when there are gaps in databases that lack experimental data. They prove to be important tools in the risk assessment and for the substantiation of safety in the absence of any other data. Ultimately, the decision on which approach is used is on a case-by-case basis based on the ingredient, the product, but also the company and the level of regulatory risk that you may or may not want to take. Finally, with product testing, we have identity testing, heavy metal testing, stability testing, microbiological, as well as clinical testing using patch tests are also important determinants of safety at the product level. These will probably be addressed in future CGMP cosmetic final rule, and having records documentation for these are all critical towards substantiating your safety and the measures your company has in place. And patch testing can be conducted to assess the potential skin irritation or allergic reaction in human volunteers under controlled conditions, and this is akin to tolerability testing of your product to know how it impacts consumers. At this point in the presentation, we have covered all these topics to a greater or lesser degree. Record keeping is going to be an eye-opener based on the freedom of which the FDA has during inspections to collect labels and all accompanying safety information and GMP data related to the manufacturing of the product. FDA now has subpoena power for all records during inspections. Not to overwhelm you, but they can ask for safety substantiation, scientific lit reviews, information on the sourcing of your ingredients, how you chose your supplier, how you qualified your supplier, evidence of one's specifications, did you meet those specifications, who makes up your recall team, how do you handle recalls, just to name a few. It really is top to bottom. They can ask for anything they want, and you are obliged to provide it to them. So record keeping in conjunction with GMP is going to be a virtual sandbox for the agency to compel compliance. If you need help with GMPs, identity testing, knowing how to substantiate safety, find an expert. Don't just wing it. We need to really understand that the Wild West of cosmetics is coming to an end, and you must have systems and SOPs in place as to how your company will be following these new guidelines. And remember that GMP problems don't necessarily mean you have a problem. It actually might just be that there's something in a technical record that adulterates your product. It's not just a misbranding, it is a technical adulteration of your product. It is the same with safety substantiation. The FDA will look to poke holes in your record keeping to arrive at a misbranding on your label or for technical adulterations. We often think of the FDA as this benevolent organization that is there to assist you. They are not there to assist you, unfortunately. They are there to issue warning letters to you and your peers and to remove adulterated products from the market that are not falling under compliance. With that, thank you, attendees, SupplySide West, and session organizers. If you have any questions, you can come find us at, either contact us at KJK Science, or for any immediate questions, I strongly encourage you to come talk to us at our booth, which is actually number 7249, not number 6971. So just a slight change there, but we're at booth 7249. Our regulatory team, which is actually led by Dr. Corey Hilmas, formerly of the FDA, will love to talk all things cosmetics and MOCRA. But thank you very much for your time.
Mark, thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, before you sit down, I got a quick follow-up question for you here. Obviously, other segments of the dietary supplement industry are looking at cosmetics and maybe seeing their future here with MOCRA. Do you see that same, or how are other segments of our industry looking at cosmetics, do you think?
I think they're looking at it with open eyes. I mean, for again, the term being the Wild West, and it's important that that is coming to an end. And again, Rick is going to dive into further reason why that's really important.
Yeah.
But they should be looking at it and expecting that if something similar isn't here now, you should fully expect it to be in the future and maybe start to prepare for that, because I spoke with someone yesterday who works in the cosmetic industry. They have products, and I said, "Oh, so what do you think of MOCRA?" And she didn't know what I was talking about. So that in itself is a bit of a problem. It's people need to pay attention. They need to take notice. And if you're in another industry that might feel a little bit more like the Wild West, think about how you need to react when that is no longer the case.
Excellent. Mark, how about a hand for Mark? Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. Okay, our next presenter is going to take a hard look at adverse event reporting. Mark briefly mentioned that. To be honest, we have probably the source of the subject today. Rick Kingston is co-founder of Safety Call. It's a 24/7 adverse event call center. He's a clinical toxicologist, professor of pharmacology at the University of Minnesota, and he's also an adjunct professor at the National Center for Natural Product Research at the University of Mississippi. I'm sure you're all familiar with that group. Rick, awesome to have you here. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I get the... Well, first I'd like to thank Informa and Duffy for putting this session together.
Got it.
I always find that when I come to this meeting, he's always got something interesting to present to the group, and so I'm hoping that you find that to be the case today. If we take a look at MOCRA, it's been in effect, essentially since it's been passed. And so we've, at Safety Call, had a number of clients that have come on board that wanted us to handle their adverse events. And we have other companies that are already in the dietary supplement market that already have cosmetics that they have not really integrated into their adverse event system for reporting to the FDA. And so I wanted to get into the weeds a little bit in terms of some of the things that you should be thinking about when you're putting your systems in place and some of the nuances. And also, I'll end on what happens to that data once it's in the databases that the FDA maintains. So we talked about, Mark mentioned that you've got these buckets of things that you're going to need to be involved in. You've obviously got facility registration, you've got product and ingredient listing, which is one of the big things that came out of this legislation. And if you think about it, they kind of went ahead of what's happening in the dietary supplement area because they don't have that requirement. But when Congress developed this particular legislation, they specifically wanted to make sure that companies were registering all of their products to make it easier for them to monitor the safety once it's in the marketplace, and to be able to accurately identify products that are suspected to have unreasonable or unacceptable safety profile for a variety of reasons. And then you have the cosmetic labeling, which is another part of this, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And then the two areas that I just want to spend a little bit more time with is the safety substantiation, because adverse events actually play into that and what the expectations of the FDA might be in terms of how you're monitoring that and how it impacts the safety that you have documented in your product dossier for that particular product. And then the adverse event reporting and record keeping, the documentation, the assessment, and the reporting. I'm going to spend a lot of time, or most of the time, on that aspect because it's got a lot of implications for companies that oftentimes they don't think about. First of all, excuse me. First of all, on the safety substantiation side, they say that a responsible person for cosmetic products shall ensure and maintain records supporting that there is adequate substantiation of safety of each cosmetic product. And then they go down and talk about what they mean by adequate substantiation of safety. And in this case, they say the term adequate substantiation of safety means tests or studies, research, analysis, or other evidence or information that is considered among experts qualified by scientific training and experience to evaluate the safety of cosmetic products and their ingredients sufficient to support a reasonable certainty that a cosmetic product is safe. So that if there's some issue that FDA identifies, they may come to you and say, okay, I want to see your full file on substantiation. And we want to go over it with a fine-tooth comb and try to figure out what's going on in this particular case. They're expecting that you have that information on hand and ready to hand over at a moment's notice, either during an inspection or during some type of an action that the FDA is involved in. The other interesting thing is that they do provide a definition for safe. And I kind of joke sometimes when I talk to people, you ask, what does it mean that your product is safe? You can ask 20 people, and certainly if you ask 20 lawyers, you're going to get 20 different answers. But what happened with the FDA in this area, they define the term safe means that the cosmetic product, including any ingredient thereof, is not injurious to users under the conditions of use prescribed in the labeling thereof, or under such conditions of use that are customary or usual. The next part of it is what I think is really important. They recognize that not all adverse events are created equal. And so the Secretary shall not consider a cosmetic ingredient or cosmetic product injurious to users solely because it can cause minor and transient reactions or minor and transient skin irritations in some users. So that's kind of a big deal. It's very similar to what we saw happen with the EPA regulated products, which surprisingly have a very similar framework for reporting of adverse events. In the EPA legislation, they specifically excluded effects that involve minor skin irritation with exposure and or respiratory irritation. So that if you have that, those types of situations, they're excluded from even being reported under the 682 reporting guidelines. So I thought it was interesting that they carved that out and made that information available so that, if you've got a product and somebody uses it and they complain that, it's an exfoliative product that they use on their face and they had a little minor irritation, that's not considered by the FDA to be a serious situation. But what if it goes on for 3 months? That's a whole different scenario. So there's a time limit on that. Notice that they talk about transient. So if it's short-lived, it's not a big deal. But if it's an ongoing problem that the consumer is reporting, it can then go up to a higher step to be considered a serious adverse event that has to be reported. The other thing that I find really interesting with this is that this is the first time that I've seen fragrances and flavor ingredients carved out specifically in this type of legislation. And they say here, if the Secretary has reasonable grounds to believe that an ingredient or combination of ingredients in a fragrance or flavor has caused or contributed to a serious adverse event, notice that there's not an S on the back of that, required to be reported under this section, the Secretary may request in writing a list of such ingredients or categories of ingredients in the specific fragrances or flavors in the cosmetic product from the responsible person. Responsible person shall ensure that the requested information is submitted to the Secretary within 30 days of such a request. So I'm going to give you an example. We just had a situation in the dietary supplement market where the FDA has been scrutinized a particular ingredient, specifically the dose of this ingredient that's being used in a very, very popular ingredient in dietary supplements. And they decided to ask all the manufacturers that have this ingredient being offered at this particular dosage to provide substantiation of the safety and all the information that they have to support it. And so they also added that they wanted all the adverse event data analyzed as part of this data call-in, if you will. So we have a number of companies that have this particular ingredient. And I had a chance to visit with the senior FDA officer that's in charge of this. And I said, look, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge to pull all this together in like 20 days. And she said to me, she says, what do you mean? You should already have all the substantiation. All you have to do is just package it up and send it to us. I said, you don't understand. If you want to have all the adverse event information, tabulated, analyzed, and as it pertains to this particular issue, you're going to need more than 20 days. And then she said, oh, well, I guess you're right. Then we can offer an extension in that particular case. But the thing that I found so interesting, the first thing out of her mouth was, just take your substantiation and send it in. You're supposed to already have this. That's the expectation, that it's not something that you develop after the fact. It's something that you actually have already done. As Mark mentioned, all the different things that you have to go through to demonstrate that that ingredient or that product is safe under normal circumstances of use. So you have to think about what the FDA can do and what their expectations are and what they may be asking you to do on the moment's notice. So then you've got the AE reporting and the record keeping. You have to report to the FDA any serious adverse event within 15 business days after receiving information concerning such an event. And then you have to maintain the records. And you have essentially 6 years for the mainstream companies that are large enough, but for smaller businesses it's 3 years. But that means that you have to have that information available again, and you go back in some circumstances to information that you collected, and you may have to provide that as well. So it's important to make sure that your SOPs involve maintaining those records the way that they can be easily accessed. So then we talk about the definitions. This is where it gets a little bit dicey. According to MOCR legislation, the term adverse event means any health-related event associated with the use of a cosmetic product that is adverse. That's a pretty broad definition. So you can imagine that there's a lot of things that end up getting reported, and you have to ferret out which ones actually fall into that category and how they fall into the category and how they're impacting consumers. The other thing is there's a substantial difference in the way that they actually analyze the requirements for reportability. So if you look at the typical FDA serious adverse event definitions, it's got the most common things that you think about. It's going to be death, a life-threatening experience, inpatient hospitalization, a persistent or significant disability or incapacity, a congenital anomaly or birth defect, or an incident that requires, based on reasonable medical judgment, a medical or surgical intervention to prevent an outcome described above. And then there's a classification they have for other serious important medical events. It's kind of a catch-all category that we sometimes use depending on the type of event that's being reported. But MOCR, they changed the battlefield here. If you look at the bottom section, they added for a serious adverse event an infection or significant disfigurement, including serious and persistent rashes, second or third degree burns, significant hair loss, or persistent or significant alteration of appearance other than is noted under the conditions of use that are customary and usual. Then they go on to say, or requires, based on reasonable medical judgment, a medical surgical intervention to prevent an outcome described in A above. So they're expecting that you have that kind of expertise. And a lot of companies already have medical people within their ranks and their science groups. But FDA says if you don't have it, you can certainly go outside and obtain that kind of support. But I think it's really important to point out some of the things that they considered. So first of all, how do you know it's an infection? Consumer X calls up, and I can tell you we deal with this every day. They go, you know what, I used your product on my arm and it's now infected. And you say, okay, well, tell me a little bit more about it. They have all types of ways that they describe it, and you ask them what kind of treatment, and say, well, I got this hydrocortisone. They told me to use hydrocortisone, my doctor did. Well, if they're using hydrocortisone, it's not an infection. It's usually more an allergic type of reaction. That's what you use steroids for. That would suggest that we're dealing more likely with potentially an infection. But the other thing for our group, since they haven't provided guidance yet, our medical group got together and decided that we needed to be able to serve our clients and have a defensible position on it, so we came up with our own definition, which includes, in part, that they have to be seen by a clinician and actually being diagnosed as having an infection, which then you get a more likely explanation as to whether or not it might fall into that category for being a serious adverse event. So, if you just leave it as infection, there's just so much noise out there that it needs to have more clarity, so it's important for companies to be able to respond to that. The other thing I thought was interesting, remember I mentioned that persistent rashes. You can have a mild rash that's transient, like I mentioned before, and that's not a reportable event. But if it goes on for weeks or maybe months, it puts it into a whole different category. And the last one I was just going to mention is significant hair loss. That's something we've dealt with. A number of our clients have had hair care products. They end up having circumstances where there's complaints of hair loss. And in some cases, it's just hair breakage. It's not loss. So in other words, you don't have the root shaft essentially being damaged so that they don't actually generate hair. So being able to differentiate that, know the types of questions to ask of that consumer so that you have a defensible position on it is going to be important. So those are some things that just keep in the back of your mind. The other thing that I think is important about this is that when you have, if say you're a dietary supplement company and you're not in the cosmetic field yet, you already have a legacy data system that collects adverse event information. They usually don't have it built in to be able to have a difference for different types of products, that whether it's a cosmetic or a dietary supplement. So a lot of times, companies are really concerned that they have to update their legacy software to be able to include this and evaluate a cosmetic product differently than they would for a dietary supplement, for example. I know that was one of the things that was a big change for us to actually modify our information system so that we could accommodate both categories of reports. And so I think some companies are going to find that will be a little bit daunting. Then the other thing, the contact information. FDA is expecting that you have minimum pieces of information to help determine if it's a reportable event. And it says a responsible person shall receive reports of adverse events through the domestic address, domestic telephone number, or electronic contact information, including on the label, in accordance with Section 609A. And I've heard some people say, well, yeah, we just have all those things go into an email box, and then that's our adverse event system. That's not going to cut it with the FDA if you end up with a 483 because you actually did not follow through with the key factors that are required for not only documenting the adverse events, but also determining which ones have to be reported. So we're thinking about it. You think adverse event compliance is more than just contact information for who's reporting something. It's a prescribed process for receiving, investigating, which is an expectation as well, documenting, assessing, and ultimately submitting to the FDA. So it's a prescriptive process, and they spell out what they expect. So the other thing about AA reporting compliance versus basic bookkeeping, the compliance side of it, and this really is, I'm probably speaking to the friendlies here. You probably already have some of this already covered in terms of the things that you do under product stewardship. That you want to know if something's happening with your product that might recall or might suggest that there could be an adulteration issue, an out of specification issue. It could be something happening to the product once it's in the hands of consumers. All those different types of things could happen. So you have to make sure that you're prepared to collect that kind of information to sort that out. So you have to receive the report, investigate the incidents, and apply reasonable medical judgment for reportability, because they're going to go through your records. That's one of the first things that happens in inspections. They go right to your record keep and say, I want to see your list and your logs of all your adverse events, or I want to be able to access it, and we want to pull up information on it. They're going to ask you to defend everything that you do in terms of how you document it and whether or not you report it. Then you have to document the report and your findings, what you think is going on in that case, assess for internal and external stakeholders. A lot of times I talk to companies that are saying, well, why do I really need to do this? Because your stakeholders are likely to hold your feet to the fire, especially if you, say for instance, you have a private equity group that owns the company and the organization. They don't want to have any regulatory issues. So I don't want to be in a situation where they're not collecting information that would potentially put the company at risk. And so they're going to expect that you have that kind of product stewardship already a part of your normal operations. And then we also talk, and sometimes the external stakeholders can be shareholders. We've had situations where a company had an adverse event related issue that they weren't reporting, and that the cases looked like they might be serious. And so what ended up happening is that the shareholders actually sued the management of the company, saying that they withheld information that would help them make a better decision on whether or not this was a stock that they should be owning or keeping or selling. So there could be all kinds of stakeholders that are wanting to look at this data. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about some of the nuances of other people that are looking at this data that you need to be thinking about. So then lastly, submitting through the available portals and maintaining your records. So just think about it kind of big picture. You're collecting a lot of this data, and there is an expectation by FDA and by Congress actually that FDA is going to use it for something. The other thing is that this data is going to be accessible to the general public, and they can mine this data. They can do that right now within the CARES system, but what's also interesting is that they're moving from the CARES system to the FAIR system, which is more on the drug side and CEDAR rather than CIFSAN, and certainly with the reorganization at FDA, there's going to be some separation of church and state in some of these particular areas. So that's something to keep in mind. Other people are going to be looking at your data. They're going to be holding your feet to the fire, and especially if they see something that's going on, they're going to want to have some answers. I've got a situation right now with this young reporter from New Zealand that's attacking a particular product because he looked at the adverse event data on the CARES database and said this demonstrates that this product is hurting people, with serious adverse events. He never read the disclaimers. You're talking about spontaneously reported incident data. It's not causation data. You're looking for associations, and if they meet certain thresholds, then you want to investigate those to see if they actually represent something that you need to be concerned about. So it's hard sometimes talking to some of these investigative reporters that have no clue. They've never read the legislation. They've never read the disclaimers. They just assume that this is prima facie support that this product caused the adverse event. FDA specifically says there's no requirement that you make a causal association, and that data is not used for that purpose. It's used for signal detection. But there's going to be other people that use and access your data and may come up with a different solution. So you need to be prepared to respond to those types of inquiries. Then also, there's been a couple of updates from FDA regarding 2 new submission options for adverse events. Some of you, if you have cosmetics, you're probably already on top of this. You got option A, which is via the database-to-database transmission, the electronic submission gateway, and then FDA adverse event reporting system, the FAERS database, as I mentioned, they're using FAERS, not CIFSAN. And then electronic submissions. Then option B, just via the safety portal that they have in place. They really want to have electronic communications as it relates to adverse events. And then lastly, emphasis on FDA's expectations regarding use of reasonable medical judgment when assessing AEs for reportability. That's one thing I think has really been helpful for our clients, because we have a whole medical group that actually evaluates these, categorizes them, and we can defend the definitions that we use and whether or not we determine that it's actually something that needs to be reported. So those are kind of some of the big picture items. I'll open it up for questions or see what we want to do.
Thank you. Great stuff, Rick. Appreciate it. I'll ask you a similar question that I asked Mark here. How are sort of other categories of dietary supplements looking at cosmetics from your perspective? Are they also wary of what's going on, or are they not paying attention, or what's your take?
Well, I think everyone was thinking that there was going to be passage of this law when it first went into effect.
Yeah.
But everybody got taken by surprise when they actually passed it. They go, what? This actually came about? And the short timelines, they required, adverse event reporting from the outset, in January of last year. And so a lot of companies are, scrambling to make sure that they're meeting all their obligations. And there's some companies that literally have no clue that they even have the requirement.
Right.
Those are the ones that I'm most concerned about, because they're the ones that are subject to audits and 483s for not having the system in place in the first place, but not reporting the adverse events. Because FDA, when they get reports, especially for serious ones, there's a box on the form that says, have you contacted the manufacturer? And if they say yes, and FDA goes and looks for that report and it's not there, you're potentially, opening yourself up to having, an unnecessary, urgent audit, associated with your particular product. So it's kind of an issue that companies have to deal with.
There's a lot happening at FDA, a lot of changes and a lot of structural changes. How are they handling this new regulatory scheme, and how's the rollout been, I guess?
Well, well, they admit readily that this is a challenge for them.
Yeah.
This is sweeping regulation change for cosmetics. They just have never had anything quite this significant. And the companies are doing the best that they can to, first of all, what do we have to do if we either have cosmetics or we want to bring cosmetics into our organization?
Right.
They need to be thinking about how to integrate that with their existing systems of surveillance for their dietary supplements, for example.
Awesome.
But FDA will tell you, that's why you haven't seen the guides document for infection and all these other types of things. That may not even come out until early first quarter of 2025.
Okay.
So there you go.
We'll look for that soon. Thank you guys, Mark, Rick. I'm going to excuse you guys. Thank you so much for the great information. Round of applause for our presenters here. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. So we obviously learned a lot about the program itself, but how are these regulations truly affecting brands? For that, I'm going to invite someone to the stage now from a brand. To dive deeper into that subject, I'm going to bring Auclair Walters to the stage. He's CEO of Poofy Organics. That's a company at the forefront of natural body and skincare products. Auclair, great to have you. Nice to see you.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So a lot of information there.
Yes, it is. It's a lot to digest.
Yeah. We'll get to how your company is handling MOCRA and the new regulations, but I want you to maybe start by just giving us your brand story and letting people know a little bit about your company and how you got here.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm with Poofy Organics. We are located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, just outside of New York City. And we are, I must say, we're one of the best kept secrets in this country, seriously. We manufacture just a host of products from home, bath, body, beauty, wellness. We have close to 500 different products. We have about 135 USDA certified organic products. And it's one of our, I think, just our claim to fame. We really support an audience who really take their products seriously. They are label readers. They look for, and I must say, while we offer a lot of products, there's something we offer most important. We like to call it the Poofy peace of mind. When a customer or consumer buys our product, what they're truly shopping is the peace of mind, the comfort that when you buy a Poofy products, it's gone through the rigorous USDA certification process. It truly has natural, organic, pure ingredients. That is priceless. And I think we're in a time where the average consumer is so much more knowledgeable and has so much more information at their fingertips that they're demanding clean products. And I think everyone deserves access to clean products at an affordable price. And that's who we are. And what's really important about it, we take what we do as more than just offering products, Duffy. It's really about servicing our customers. And our company started 17 years ago out of a need. The founder, her mom was going through cancer treatment. And she was determined to find products that were toxin-free, that she could offer her mom. And what she found was there really wasn't I'm going to say a one-stop shop, if you will. She had to go many different places to find singular products. So she decided to create her own. So out of a family necessity, grew a brand with a remarkable story. What we do is, I think it's so priceless because many customers that we have similar stories.
Yeah.
And so they have a need and a necessity to find products that offer them clean, toxin-free, high quality, but affordable products, and that's who we are.
Yeah, your founder was sort of ahead of the curve here.
Absolutely.
It seems like the cosmetics market, especially the ones with the companies that we deal with, have sort of caught up to that brand message, don't you think?
They're moving that direction. Actually, to your point, Duffy, being here, you see that.
Yeah.
I'm amazed at how many companies here as suppliers are offering, organic certified, USDA certified organic ingredients and natural ingredients. Well, that's obvious because the consumers are demanding it. And we've been doing it for over 17 years. So that's who we are. That's the space we play in, and we're thrilled to be I'm going to say offer solutions to customers that are looking for those products.
Fantastic. So this session is about the new regulatory scheme, and so obviously I want to get your take on how MOCRA has impacted your business and maybe your product development. Give us a thumbnail of how the new regulations are playing within your company.
Man, you said quite a bit, and all that is spot on. MOCRA is literally turned us upside down in many ways.
Wow.
In terms of a product development approach. We've had to take, I'm going to say, a long, serious look at how we source ingredients.
Right.
We have to be very careful about suppliers that make sure we as the companies now have a higher threshold of accountability for the suppliers. So we have to ensure that, one, they are compliant. We have to ensure that they are having the right disclosures, that their labels, for example, have the full list of ingredients, all the things you talked about earlier. So there's a tremendous burden on us now to make sure we're doing our due diligence, to canvass carefully, and it's changed some things for us. We've actually had to look for some different suppliers, and in fact, one of the reasons I'm here is to take advantage of the opportunity to look at alternate sources of, some of our ingredients. Because of the number of products we offer, we use quite a lot of ingredients, and to be able to find suppliers that offer products that meet those MOCRA regulatory requirements and check those boxes, that's a lot of headaches for companies like myself.
Yeah, I imagine.
Especially when you're a smaller company.
Right.
It's quite a burden, but we're managing.
Okay. Has it affected your formulation at all at this point? And that's got to be a challenge as well.
Great question. Well, I'm going to say it's made us be more risk aware.
Yeah.
And what to think, extracts and organic fragrances, but some fragrances can be an allergen.
Yeah.
So there's a requirement to have full disclosure, and so we have to make sure that if there's certain ingredients that we think that could be an allergen, we now think twice about it. For example, there was a product we had last year that included a particular seed oil. This year, we reformulated it without that seed oil.
Yeah.
Because it's known to be an allergen to some people, so it's made us think twice.
Yeah.
About our formulations.
You have to play it a little safer, it sounds like.
Absolutely.
What about like testing? Do you do additional testing now on your products? Is that part of the deal too?
It's twofold. One of our I'm going to say one of the things that works very well for our company is we are USDA certified. So one of the benefits for us is some of the requirements of MOCRA, we could check them because with our certification process with USDA, which is pretty rigid, we've had to meet those requirements before.
Okay.
So in some instances, we've had to make some more steps and make some changes outside of the realm of organic certifications to be compliant with MOCRA, absolutely.
Just generally speaking, what do you think about this focus just on cosmetics? I mean, obviously the whole dietary supplement industry is looking at this. I mean, you guys are really under the microscope.
I mean, I think we're the guinea pigs for all intents and purposes.
I didn't want to say that.
And I must say, watch out, because if it happens to us, wink, wink, I mean, it's going to happen to us, right? And I get it.
Yeah.
I understand. When I look at our customers and, if you buy a cosmetic product, you're placing it on your skin. We like to say at Poofy Organics, it's not just important what you put in your body.
Yeah.
It's critical what you put on your body. Your largest organ is your skin. So we understand the necessity, the urgency, and the importance from a USDA standpoint to ensure that these requirements offer consumer peace of mind and comfort. So I get it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it easy for us, but I understand. But I think, we've adjusted, we are adjusting, it's a process, but I would say watch out to other sectors. I don't think it's going to be a matter of time before what you're seeing here gets parlayed into other areas.
Sure, okay. I wanted to ask you about labeling. You mentioned that. Has this changed the way you label your products
yes, it
or your
has.
messaging? Explain.
Yes, so the good news for us is organic requires a lot of but one of the things, so we've always, for example, listed all ingredients on our labels, but we haven't listed, if something is an allergen. So now there are more disclosure information that's necessary.
Yeah.
One of the things we've had to do now is to add contact information that we didn't have on our labels before. And I got to tell you, for a company that has as many products as we have, it's a price to pay. It's very expensive to replace labels and to update labels. But yes, those are two examples of some of the adjustments we have had and are in the process of making to labels to ensure that we are in fact being compliant.
But what a cost! I mean, that's not just an easy fix for you guys. You have to change it up. Do you have a good supplier, or do you have someone? Tell us a little bit how easy it is or difficult it is to change a label.
Well, I mean, it is costly.
Yeah.
But one of the great things is we have suppliers that we've been working with for many years.
Yeah.
You know, it's important, and you learn this from an event like this. Suppliers are partners.
Yeah.
When you can establish a deep-rooted partnership with a supplier who understands who you are, what you need, when you need it, and how you need it, and understand the transitions you're making, and that can work with you along the way. So our approach, because let's be real, we have to be cost conscious.
Yeah.
We've had to take a measured, phased approach. We can't just replace all of our labels at once.
Right.
So we've literally have to be doing it through phases, and we're working with our partners to ensure that that happens.
So do you have someone on your team that is looking at the specific regulatory, or do you outsource something like that? Or it's you.
Yeah, you know, I take on a lot of it, but one of the things I would suggest to everyone, we've consulted with people like, we've consulted an external third party that are experts in this space, because I gotta tell you, there's a lot to dissect. There's a lot of information. We are not the experts. We're just required to comply. So I think one of the things that we have to be very careful of is to rely on the expertise of third-party organizations that are experts in this space to help provide guidance and directions to us.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of our saving grace.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we saw from Rick's presentation how precise the language is. I mean, you've got the lawyers all involved here as well.
Well, he knows. That's exactly it. So we actually have a regulatory legal partner that helps us to dot the I's, cross the T's to ensure that, because it is important. You don't want to expose yourself, and there's so many opportunities, but for that exposure if you don't have a partner like that.
I figured you'd have someone or someone you can lean on for that sort of expertise.
Yes, sir.
So Rick talked a lot about adverse event reporting, and I kind of want to wrap with that. Tell me about how your adverse event reporting has changed, if at all, with MOCRA.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the toughest piece of this regulation. For us, what's helpful is we only use natural ingredients. Every ingredient we use is natural because we have to meet a very high threshold of organic certification, and then our other products also use organic ingredients even if they're not certified. But what we've had to do is to work with a third party to have a tracking system in place that when we haven't had any serious knock on wood. We haven't had any serious adverse events, but we've had adverse events that we've had to track and record and investigate, and to make sure we can substantiate. And as Rick took us through the process, we have to do our due diligence internally. When something comes up, we have to make sure we have the documentation. So I would say one of the greatest burden it's placed on us is to ensure that our procedures for documentations or our processes are clear, and then everything is tracked and documented, because God forbid something happens, we need to have the information to fall back on.
Yeah, and MOCRA sort of sets the framework for that, and I mean, it just sounds like quite a challenge. Love your insight. We're going to have to leave it there because of time. Claire Walters, thank you so much, sir.
It's really a pleasure. Thank
great
you.
Information. Thank you all for being here. Happy Halloween, and we'll see you next time here on the Southern Stage. Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience. Priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Yay! Happy Halloween, friends! Here we are. Thank you all for coming to this. And I know you all are here just to sit down, right? Just to take a break. I made the huge mistake of wearing heels today, so I've been doing a lot of sitting. My name is Cassie Smith. I'm the Senior Director of Editorial Content at SupplySide. And I'm really excited about this topic. We don't usually get to do these, I don't know, it's fun. Fun's the right word, right? Just like real issues, man. And I think this is an appropriate, spooky topic for the day, right? Failures, though, but they turn into success. So I'm pleased to bring you two incredible speakers. I feel very lucky that both of you agreed to come, so thank you again. Shaheen Majid, he's the global CEO of Sabinza, and Dan Richards, the Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Now Foods. Each of them will get a turn to speak for about 10 minutes, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for audience questions. So if you wouldn't mind holding your questions to the end, I'll try to get to you. I have a mic. I'll run around. But yes, please bring your questions. I'm sure they would love to answer, and if you don't ask them, I will. And I'm just one lady with one agenda, so help me out. And yeah, great. Shaheen, you ready to go?
I think so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to stand there. I'm not going to double mic it. Yeah, I can see it there. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. So I get to go first. When I was invited to talk about this show or this talk, it was about failing forward. So lessons learned in the lab, and I kind of expressed that, well, I learned a lot more lessons, not just at the lab, but everywhere else. So I'm really happy to share some of those examples. I picked 3 examples I wanted to share with everybody here. And I'll start off with the quote, "I like failure. It's so easy to achieve. Said no one." And I say this because I saw Dan's presentation first, and he had all the best quotes. So this is the only quote you're going to get from me. He's got the rest of the other great quotes. But yeah, I am from Sabinza, and we're an ingredient company that primarily looks at Ayurvedic extracts, botanical extracts coming out of India. My father started the company 36 years ago, and it was really humble beginnings, but it was to bridge the gap between Ayurvedic knowledge and modern science. So he wanted to take those basic plants, create extracts, standardize them, and then bring them out to the industry. So we're known for our innovative ingredients. There's several brands here that the companies are well aware of, and you know they're very well aware of because we get oftentimes copied. People like to, copy us. One of the very first ingredients was a product that we branded as citrin, hydroxycitric acid. It's basically for satiety, so it helps you to crave that hunger and ultimately help you lose a little bit of weight. So we had done the preliminary work, we had done some of the safety studies, we have done the process to help extract it, and then we launched it into the marketplace. We were ecstatic. We found a way that it wasn't done before to bring it out to the market and help people with weight loss. But in that, what we learned was the competition also came in, and they oversupplied and they oversaturated the marketplace. The lesson that we learned there was that we did not protect the intellectual property of that particular ingredient, the process in which we made it, the use for which we delivered to the marketplace. It was a slight setback, and now you look at it, Sabinza is well over 500 patents. We have several hundred trademarks, lots of copyrights. We invest heavily into intellectual property rights. Now, don't get us wrong, we're not trying to patent something that we don't want others to have. We patent something so that it's done right for the consumers, so that if you want to complement and license it, you're able to do that. But we want to make sure that it's done right for the marketplace. The other example I wanted to share with you was from an ingredient called Coleus forscoli. We branded it as Forceline. That one, we did do the IP, we did patent it, we did do the copyright, we did everything right on that one. What we failed to realize was that this was also a weight management ingredient, but what we failed to realize was that the popularity of this would have such a demand in the marketplace for a natural product for which we did not secure the natural supply of. We were not talking to farmers at that time. We were not telling them, hey, this could be a crop that we need to help cultivate and harvest. Gone are the days for us at Sabinza where we pick up the phone and try to find this product. Unfortunately, there are still several companies that try to do that in this marketplace, and you start seeing supply chain issues. So the lesson here that we learned through droughts and floods that were happening, this is Mother Nature, so oftentimes she hits you with both of them at the same time. We just couldn't get material. But if we had spoken to the farmers, if we were there on the ground with them, we could have learned so much more about the seasonality, about how they move their products, what we had to do with them. We weren't having those conversations. And so that failure led us into the agricultural era for Sabinsa, where we started talking to farmers on a regular basis. We started dedicating a farm base for Sabinsa. There are acreages, thousands of acres that are dedicated to grow not just Coleus forscoli, this particular ingredient, but others, not only for supply, but also for preservation. So a lesson that we learned from failure to supply will now be for the future, how to prevent that for any crop that we go to harvest. The third and final one before I step off stage is about the communication of science. Sometimes we get wrapped up in things that we know very well, maybe something we've studied really efficiently and effectively, but we did not do that efficiently or effectively to communicate that to the industry. And one of those is a buzzword called bioavailability. And we say it very loosely. You'll see a whole bunch of other companies talking about bioavailability. You now need not be a scientist to ask them, what is bioavailability? Is this something that you just want to see an uptake in the product, or something that you absorb? Because, it's not necessarily what you eat, it's what you absorb. And can they differentiate? Can they answer that? And oftentimes they can't. You probably shouldn't be dealing with that product. But we didn't do a good enough job of explaining that to customers when we brought out the concept of bioavailability. So you took an example of black pepper extract and turmeric. And by the way, this is a very popular combination, only because that's exactly how we take it in India. So it was something very traditional my father found. Again, he did the patent work and the research to extract it properly and bring it out to the marketplace. And when we said bioavailability, people mistook it for something that, I can get more out of and realize an effect. And that wasn't necessarily the case. It was to make the product stronger to deliver over a course of time. And so today you'll have a lot of customers say, you can take my product, you'll feel the effect right away. And that's not necessarily true or right. So our lesson learned there was science cannot be left alone to explain itself, that we also have to be out there educating. So as an ingredient supplier, we take forth programs like Sabinsa on Wheels. Sabinsa on Wheels was there before Meals on Wheels, in case anybody was thinking that. But we were out there going city by city, talking to our customers, educating them on what the ingredients, what they do, how they're found, how they're made, etc. And that really started to change the course of the relationship between vendor, supplier, customer, manufacturer, etc. So yeah, summing up the major issues, the intellectual property, the supply chain, and the wrong messaging, and how we tackled it, developing a culture of understanding technology, go ahead with the developments on the ground with the farmers, and placing education at the forefront. So that's me. Thank you very much.
Shaheen, Dan, ready to come up? Dan Richards, everyone.
So good afternoon, and thank you for your time for late in the day in the show. I can tell you guys all love failure. Just, that's the subject. What I wish this failure was about was failed quality on Amazon. Because some of you know, that's what I want the subject to be, that now has really gotten involved in testing some bad quality stuff on Amazon and then reporting it. So that's a great subject. That's another day. But we are going to have a report coming out this month, within a month, that I think will be pretty exciting. So here's a couple of quotes that I like your quote better, actually. I did. I read it first, and I thought it fooled me, so I thought that was really good. But a couple of quotes, you probably heard the Thomas Edison one where he talked about he didn't fail, but he's just tried 10,000 times and didn't work. And then Bill Gates says it's fine to celebrate success, but it's more important to heed the lessons of failure. So we're a family business, and actually we got talking and we have a lot in common as far as family businesses. I don't know if they call you this, but they call you the SOB at the business?
No,
That's the son of the boss.
Yes.
Right? So we have that in common. But my dad started our business back in 1968. He inherited, a head start from my grandfather, who bought Fern Soya Foods in 1948. So anyway, I joined the business part-time in 1980 and then full-time in 1985. So I actually brought an original catalog here. This is 1980. This is about 20 pages. You think this is a photocopy catalog. This was our catalog. It was black and white. It was as ugly as can be. And if you look through the products, you're going to think, wow, this is a failing business. How we got here, I have no idea. The prices are incredible, though. B1 powder, 30 grams for 98 cents. Like, that's the average in here. So 1980, it's a legit catalog if you want to see this later. So we did have almost 800 SKUs 45 years ago. Some people think that now is a newer brand and we're just about vitamins. Well, no. So we started in 68. By 72, we had a good number. And by 1980, we had almost 800 SKUs. So half of those were foods and half were something else. We sold some third-party things like Hunza, dried fruits. That was a different brand name. A few odds and ends like loofahs. My dad had a thing where he wanted Now Foods to sell anything unique that stores would have an advantage over. And he let this go crazy. So when I come in and I see, why in the world are we selling molybdenum powder that we sell 5 units a month on? You know, who thought of this thing anyway? Got to be a little bit more tactful than that, but my dad was a scientist, as we share that blood also. And sometimes science and marketing leave something to be desired. One of the products we distributed was actually ginseng cigarettes. We sold ginseng cigarettes and menthol cigarettes back in 1980. Fortunately, we dropped those. So anyway, in 45 years, we've actually dropped 95% of our lineup. That's pretty incredible. And I would say of all the companies and brands represented here, we've got to be the biggest loser as far as dropping products, because we've dropped, this is over 700 SKUs, and then since then, another 1,000. We've dropped that many SKUs. These are branded products. So most brands or companies don't have that many in their lifetime. Well, that's part of our company. So here's a short list of examples of some of our worst. You look at these like, you know, who came up with these ideas? So in foods, I grew up as a kid packaging all these things. Like we had carrot raisins, you know, you package a little bit, you eat a little bit. That's what you do in the family business. You kind of, you just do what you need to do. But we sold bulk guar beans, molasses powder. These are really weird things. On the vitamin side, you see dolomite powder. Can you imagine someone introducing dolomite today? Like you'd think, what planet are you on? We had copper powder and manganese powder. These are weird things. It's actually, those had a good reason. So in the early 1970s, there was a good chance that vitamins, basically, they were going to be outlawed. So anything over a certain potency was going to be considered not allowed to be sold. So my dad had the idea of powdered vitamins. And for minerals, he made mixes. So he might mix it with yeast or some other base, but he wanted to sell powdered vitamins, and it might be, the dose might be like 1/10 of a quarter teaspoon to get, say, 50 milligrams of B6 or B1. And that was his way that he thought, in case the FDA clamped down and didn't allow us to sell, that he'd be able to still have a business. So sometimes products come out and then things change. So that's what happened in that case. So we had all these weird powders. We still have some weird powders, but in those days we had a lot of them. Then we also had some things like Tiger Balm and rice crackers. So that just happened to be one of my dad's favorites. So somewhere along the line, I came up with a great idea. And it was called Richard's Finest Vitamins. That's my last name, Richard. So about the mid-'80s, we started taking off, but some customers just didn't like us. So now had a stigma for low quality. So people would say, we don't want your things, it's too low quality, the price is too cheap, I don't want it. So I came up with the idea, I said, what would really be great is to have a glass bottle, kind of like Solgar, except silver. So we had silver foil labels, glass bottle, silver foil lids. It was a great package. And we had some custom products. We kind of mimicked Source of Life from Nature's Plus. And it was a great package. And the trick of it was to have buy 9, get 3 free for any store. So it was really, a really well thought out plan, I thought. But I really failed with one big thing. It was a total failure. Customers didn't buy it, they didn't want it. So my biggest failure that I learned is I didn't ask customers ahead of time about it. We had one chain in Florida, the chain's name was Florida, it was called Richard's Natural Foods in Sarasota. They were one of our largest accounts. I figured 100% they're gonna love this product, they're gonna buy it, and we're gonna sell a ton. They didn't buy any. So my biggest fault there was I never asked. I never talked to the customer ahead of time. Here's just a quick review, but we have dropped over 1,000 products in the last 24 years. Literally 1,000. The FRC we've dropped twice, just for whatever. So we introduced it the first time, we had a quality failure, we dropped it for about 5 years, we came back with a third-party maker who made it for us. We had problems again, and eventually we dropped it again. Some other ones, just a wide variety. Some are fad diet products, they come and go. Some sports nutritions, they come and go. So the best you do as far as doing all your homework, to plan ahead, life changes. So our best laid plans sometimes just don't work. So lessons. You all know the 4 Ps of products, so nothing new there. I would say the most important thing out of this, whoops, we jumped ahead. The most important thing out of this is talk to customers. So product, price, position, everything, they're all important, but the most important thing that I give as a recommendation is talk to customers. So we have a lot of vendors like you who have branded products. I wish that the branded product suppliers would come to us a year ahead of time, not a week ahead of time, and say, we're thinking about this new super duper thing, and we're gonna do 2 clinicals here, and we're gonna name it this and price it at this. What do you think about it? We would love to get feedback on things like that. What typically happens is a brand might come out a month before it's on the shelf, and it's too late. You've already got your decisions made, your whole pipeline's all set, all the research done, pricing's all set. It's too late. So if you want to take anything away, my suggestion is to talk to your customers and ask questions ahead of time. Will they buy what you're wanting to sell? That's the main question. Not do they like it, will they buy it? And also, ask about the name, because there's an awful lot of weird names in our industry. I went to our vendor, Horfag, today. Their product name is Pycnogenol. I said, of all the names in the world, I would have bet against that one, because that's a weird name. But that's been a successful product, despite its name. Not because of the name, I have to say despite the name. So, final, there's a book out called Fail Fast, Fail Often. You can have a look at that. And it just gives a lot of different tips for things. But my main guidance is talk to customers. If you want to avoid problems, talk to your customers, ask them questions, and keep talking. Thank you. 3 seconds.
You did good. Good job, both of you. Questions for yes, buddy. Here you go.
Thank you. A couple of questions, related questions. One is, in your experience, why didn't the customers want the product? It seems you made that product in response to a previous product's failure. So you were kind of going in the direction of what you thought the customers wanted, a premium product versus a cheap product, perceived cheap product. A related question is you can ask the questions to customers about what they want, but I guess in some circumstances maybe they don't know what they want unless they're sold it. Where does that fit into your guidance?
Yeah, they say that about an iPhone. They say nobody knew they needed an iPhone until it came along and you realized you can't live without it, basically. So if I can answer about the Richards.
No, please, yeah.
So on the Richards Finest, so it was a premium product. We were not a premium brand or premium company. So the customers who bought from us in those days, they bought into to good value, low prices. They did not want to buy expensive brand from a low price company. And we heard that kind of over and over. So our assumption going in was, of course, they're going to love it. They'll get the value brand now, and then they'll get a premium here with a nice spiff, but it didn't work at all. If Savinsa brought it out, you probably would have bought it.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have one. So you both have been in the industry for a long time. And I guess, what do you see, are there common mistakes being made by new players?
The question was, are there common mistakes being made by... Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, in our world of ingredient supply, the common mistake, maybe I can be specific on the regulatory front. They think that because an ingredient is there in Europe, for example, they can just go right in and do their thing, and they oftentimes end up hurting people because they've done it wrong. They didn't do the science right. They didn't get the material right. They didn't follow through on the pesticides and the heavy metals, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just on the regulatory front, and you keep seeing those same mistakes happen no matter how many times industry, trade organizations, and consultants and other people talk about getting the product right. You still see that ingredient go wrong in other marketplaces. And that's just a small example from my side.
One thing that comes to mind is, if you're like me, you assume you know better. That's what I assume. I assume I'm right. So if I have a great, bright idea, I'm assuming I already know the answer. Why would I ask somebody else the question? So I think sometimes we do that in business. We do some of these things. So for instance, if one of you is going to introduce a new curcumin product, it's like just what the world needs, another curcumin product, right? There's already like 100 million of these. But we do the same thing as a company. We bring out the wrong product or the wrong time. We're just too late because we think we know better and we haven't talked to our customers.
More questions? I'll keep asking them. I'll just keep going. We have 6 minutes, guys. I have the mic, so. Dan, I guess my question for you would be, you had the resources to try a lot of things at now and dump products and projects and try them again. For brands that maybe don't, and they're like all in on one or two products, like finished products or ingredients, what do they do to sort of make sure that it's not a failure? Are there steps you can, I mean, it's never guaranteed, but what do you think are some specific steps they can take?
So she's asking, is there a guarantee on what?
No.
How not to fail?
Maybe ways that would help make it so they don't fail. What are some like very specific things they should keep in mind? Steps.
What are the steps how not to fail?
So the exact opposite of this presentation.
Yes.
Take it away.
If they don't have the money or the time or the resources to fail, what do they do?
I mean, my experience, we're too good at failing. So, and everyone's different. So some brands will introduce one product a year, and you got to put 100% of your effort and everything. Our brand happens to introduce about 60 SKUs, 70 SKUs per year. So we can afford to fail in whatever, 10 or 20 of them. That's just normal. It's kind of like when a cereal company comes out with a new flavor of Cheerios. I mean, how many flavors of Cheerios does the world need? And you go to some stores and you see like 20 of these, and there's a point when it's enough. But I think it always goes back to talking to your customers. Do they want what you're thinking of? But the other thing is, you really got to swing to get a hit. So if you take, if you're too cautious and say, well, it's too risky to introduce new products, it's too expensive, I'm not going to do it, well, eventually you're going to die because every business lives on new products. So you got to take your best shot, you got to swing, and see where they fall.
Shaheen, anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, if I can share an example, maybe not exactly about what we got everything right about, but let's talk about curcumin, for example. So when we brought it out in the late 80s, early 90s, and my father went ahead, he got a patent on it, it was great. We were extracting it, we were supplying. Unbelievably, The sales of it did not pick up until after the patent expired. So now you start diving into, okay, why? There's only one reason that I could come up with. One reason my father and I unanimously agreed on: the competition. The very fact that we allowed entry for competition to come in against our branded ingredient allowed for that product to grow. And it grew like anything. Every list you will pick up on natural extracts or botanicals or supply, turmeric is at the top of that list. And it's not just being used as a spice anymore, it's used for remedies, for ailments, for something you want to feel good because you're taking it. But that did not happen until the patent was over. So I've stood up here and said, we got 500 patents. Give it about 20 years, it's going to take me to recoup on that for the supply. No, not necessarily. It was probably because we weren't out there allowing Kirkman to grow. We could have had other strategies that we could have played around with in those 17 to 20 years you get on a patent to help grow that market. Even that's a lesson we're learning, and we're trying to apply it for different ingredients that we come out with. So I thought that example was, kind of interesting and quirky at the same time. You have this great product and it wasn't successful until after you don't have the patent anymore, but we're learning.
Question. Not to keep you away from your patent removal, but you said that was in the 80s, correct?
Yeah, it was 1995 or 6 that he got the patent. In about 88, when he started the business, turmeric was one of the first 5 that he was developing to extract.
Do you ever consider what the social and trend are going on, not necessarily in the industry, because I know yoga broke out at that time. Yeah. And everybody I knew from the East Village no longer wanted to be an independent filmmaker, they wanted to be a yoga instructor. So Indian food, all of those Ayurvedic things came in at that time. So it's not to eliminate what the societal trends are, because not only in the food and dietary supplement, but what also is going on in the cultural.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I can deny that, and I think there's a timing to everything. We just saw the time exactly after our patent ended, the sales went up. And hey, it could have certainly happened that way where people got it. People got the messaging more, maybe. That's also important. But yeah, there's no discount to the fact that the world's intertwined. The stars aligned, as they say.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both so much for offering your advice. And thank you all for coming. Enjoy the rest of the show. Happy Halloween. And can you guys stick around for a second to maybe chat with folks if they want? Yeah. Thank you all so much. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners. that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people, who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life, all while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life, all while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's impressive that so many people are here on the last session of the last day, so I guess this is a topic of some interest. My name is Hank Schultz. I'm the senior editor of SupplySide Supplement Journal. I'll be the moderator for today's panel on Ozempic and its effects on the dietary supplement industry. Let me introduce our panel. We have Susan Hewlings from Radical Science, Jennifer Cooper, LPS Health Science, and David Despain from Nestle. So all of these people have something I think very, very cogent to say about this topic. We don't have here the capability to submit questions via a platform as we do in the education sessions. I will be taking, actually I don't have a handheld mic, so that's a shame. Maybe at the end we can get a handheld mic at the end to take some questions from the audience, because I know there will be some, so we will have that capability. We can set up with a handheld mic when it's time for the Q&A. But to start off with, I will be directing a few questions to our panel here. And so to begin with, let's talk a little bit about the trends. Anybody can jump in here. I'm sure you all have this data. What are the trends in usage? How has this increased? How many people are using Ozempic, and how much are they spending in a month to use this product?
Well, we were just talking about that backstage. There's some, people in the audience may know this better, because there's some varying data about how exactly what people are spending. I think, Jennifer, what were you saying?
So I think it depends on how they're getting their prescription. If they're getting the branded product and they're on the branded product without insurance is about $1,200 a month. And there are a variety of savings cards available. And under those circumstances, they're spending $550 a month. But those savings cards are limited through a certain period of time. And there's some of the weight loss clinics that are at the lower doses, it's cheaper to go to a compounded pharmacy, and at the higher doses, it's cheaper to get the savings card and get the prescription. So there's even in the non-prescription or non-diabetes category, they're mixing and matching a little bit. And David was telling us you have some spend data on this consumer, is that right?
Yeah, we have some consumer data, but I'll address the first part of your question, which is about the trends on how many people are actually taking these drugs. And I think the estimate is that we're going to get to 24 million in 10 years. And I always like to say that that's more than the state of New York, not the city, the entire state of New York. So, and I think everybody here probably knows somebody on GLP-1 medications at this point, and you know some of the issues they deal with in access and getting and trying to actually get the medication, so they're turning to compounders or getting it through their insurance.
And Jennifer, I understand that you've got sort of focused in on some of the presentations you've done for industry about all of the things that a supplement company might focus in on in terms of indications that kind of hover around GLP-1. Can you tell us those? I mean, I know you have a slide. Unfortunately, we don't have it to put up here, but.
So I think I'm sure there's endless ways that we can support this consumer. As we watch some of our traditional categories go down a little bit, we're very concerned that it's going to have a negative impact on the industry. But I think the opportunity is, I think all of us believe that the opportunity is tremendous. There's at least 7 ways that we can support the GLP-1 user. And the 3 that we hear the most about are lean muscle mass preservation, blood sugar control, and the GI side effects. But beyond that, there's going to be a tremendous opportunity related to maintenance mode for these patients or customers. A lot of these patients go into their physician and say this: I have X number of dollars, how much money, how much weight can I lose for $1,500? Well, you aren't even on the clinical dose of these products until you've been on the medication for 3 months, because you start at a low dose and you step up as you go. And so we know from the data that there's a tremendous amount of cycling on and off, whether it's side effects that you cycle off, whether it's the finances where you cycle off because you can't afford to stay on every month. And so the maintenance mode, or the in-between mode, I think there's an opportunity for us to help the consumers reinforce their healthy lifestyle. There's also fasting support. If consumers are going to keep the weight off, I really believe that intermittent fasting is going to help reinforce the habits that they develop on these products. And then there's a huge nutrient gap that comes from the fact that we're decreasing our calories so quickly and losing weight so rapidly. There's also, we now talk about Ozempic face and Ozempic behind, because we start to lose some integrity of our skin when we become nutrient deprived, and so there's opportunity there to offset those side effects as well. And I think I'm continue to be in awe of David and Nestle's just quick maneuvering to be able to support this customer. With existing products, I think we're about to have a huge wave of new product development beyond repurposing existing products. That's what's coming next. And if you walk the floor, right, how many times have you seen the words GLP-1 as you walk the floor, or metabolic health? Because everybody's got something for this category right now.
So David, what kind of products did Nestle jump into this trend with?
Well, I think from the very beginning, it's been our strategy that we need to provide solutions that act as companions to the medications. We know they're eating fewer calories, but their nutritional needs stay the same, and so they really need solutions that fit their new calorie targets. So we've been focused on creating products that really deliver nutrition and fewer calories, essentially, whether it's with Nestle Health Science products like our high protein shakes, or high protein meals, or we have a new brand, Vital Pursuit, that focuses on frozen meals, and then we also launched a new website, glp1nutrition.com, that is an easy way for folks to go to a place and see which types of products could benefit them, and there's a range of products including multivitamins, shakes, and even probiotics.
And Susan, with Radical, have you done any studies specifically in recent years connected with Ozempic on weight loss, and what do you think is realistic in terms of products that could really work in this realm?
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing that. There definitely, I think we can all agree, there's definitely a lack of research, right? Some of the challenges are this kind of happens really quickly, as far as it becoming just a cultural changer, game changer in the space. So there's a lack of research. So to answer your question, we have not. I think there's a definite need, and certainly a definite need to look at large populations and to look at product usages like what Nestle's done, and also to look at what other categories, because everybody is focused on the GLP-1 and the weight loss, but then what's the trickle-down effect, and what are some other categories that are being affected? Like, what is it doing to cognitive health, to sleep, and some of these other supportive categories that we may not be thinking of, because it just sort of seems like it just kind of hit us all at once, right? And so everybody's scrambling to try to figure out, well, what can we do to help offset lean body mass and all these things?
And that's super important, but then I think it's going to really have an effect on potentially on every category. And that's where doing large-scale trials and large populations can really help, because you can have multiple outcomes that you can look at in one large study. So we've definitely had some talks, and we've had some clients that have come to us, but we haven't actually completed a trial in that category yet.
So let me play devil's advocate just for a moment. So I'm thinking back to the days when antioxidant values were a big deal, and everybody was quoting ever higher AROC values. And that went on until finally USDA shut that down. So to what degree do you think some of we're talking about, there's GLP-1 on every other booth out here, how much of that is, and also we're talking about a dearth of science, how much of that is providing real value and how much of it is fluff, to be blunt?
Well, I'll put on my consulting hat for a second, and I'll say that in the consulting that I do, having nothing to do with studies and things like that, where we're consulting clients on claims, I definitely am telling people to be very cautious, because to your point, I think that is coming. And I think having the mention of GLP-1s, we've kind of seen this starting already with warning letters and things like that. I think that's coming. And I think that we have to make sure that we're looking at it, and I think Jennifer can speak to this in the work that she's doing with some clients. We're looking at the products that in the dietary supplements space, we have to be very transparent and clear that they're supportive of people on a weight loss journey. I would recommend on a conservative side to my clients that they not use the GLP-1 or any of the words associated with a drug, because it's just a red flag in a search engine search, in my opinion. And Jennifer, I don't know where you stand on that with your clients, but yeah, I know you do some work in that space.
Look, the claim is becoming ubiquitous. It's front panel claim on packaging and things like that, but I think there is a tremendous risk that the FDA at some point will crack down on it, and not just because the FDA is the FDA, but Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly and the people that have developed these drugs, they have their hands full right now, but eventually they're going to be more grumpy about the way we talk about their drugs and their patented formulations. And so I'm not telling people not to put it on their labels right now, but I'm telling them that there's risk that there will be future regulatory activity for sure. Yeah.
So what kind of discussions did you have at Nestle, David, when you started down this journey about what you want to say, what you don't want to say, making sure that you don't overpromise, perhaps?
Well, again, I think that our strategy has been focused on being a companion to the GLP-1 medications. They're here to stay. They're only going to get better, right? There's a great pipeline, right? You've got these medications that are producing 15 to 20% weight loss in a year. That's quite life-changing. So they're here to stay for sure. So how can we help support the GLP-1 medication user? And we know some things about them, and we know where the opportunities are. Like what's the number one issue that GLP-1 medication users have? It's appetite suppression. Appetite suppression, they lose their appetite. That's part of how the drugs work. But it also puts them at risk for malnourishment. They don't get enough protein. They're not meeting their vitamin and mineral targets. So there's a real opportunity there for our industry or our products to support these folks on these medications. Additionally, they're terrified of getting off the medications, right? They discontinue them and then they put their weight back on, and we know that the average user, after they discontinue, they put 2/3 of their weight back on within a year or two, and that's a hard nut to crack. That's a difficult problem to solve, right? So there's some support that we can provide there in terms of maintenance, weight maintenance after weight loss. So that's another issue, and of course we know GI, like you said, the GI issues are also one of the reasons why they get off So if it's either their insurance no longer covers it or they can't afford it anymore, then it's also adverse events is also a reason why they're discontinuing. So there's also roles to play for our products to help with simple adherence to treatment through support of GI issues. But yeah, like Sue was saying, there is more, I agree completely, there's more research to be done. There's little research done in the population. There's a lot of products that we know can support, but very few that are performed on those actually taking the medication. So that's an area of opportunity.
Well, I'll just comment on that, because one of the reasons why the insurance companies don't cover these products is because of the returned weight gain. Because if you got the long-term cardiovascular benefits, we would save so much money by reducing the diseases associated, the risk factors associated with obesity. But the data on the weight gain back is primarily in diabetic subjects who took the drug to lower their A1C and accidentally lost a ton of weight. If you watch the researchers announce the outcome of their conference, because the researchers are always very serious people, you know, and they're very droning on about their data points. They cannot wipe the stupid happy look off their face. And they're like, yeah, we got A1C, but these people lost an amazing amount of weight. It was a surprise even to them. And prior to these weight loss studies, losing 5% of your body weight was enough to reduce your cholesterol, lower your blood pressure. But for the subject, it didn't make you feel that much better. And so, and it's very clinically difficult to, I mean, people's weight naturally swings within that 5% range. And so it's discouraging to be stuck in that, but in that I've lost 5%. And so we can, if you accidentally lose that weight, of course you're not going to keep it off. And one of the things that our industry does really well is we understand how to help people make lifestyle changes. We know how to sell products in the context of this is a great product, but it's not a magic pill. You got to change your life. And that's an opportunity for us, because I think that weight loss maintenance is going to be better in the studies where they were studied for, where the purpose of the study was weight loss, because they're getting counseling, because they're identifying, I'm changing my behavior, I'm eating less times per day, less amount of calories. It's why the frozen food is so brilliant, because it's the right amount of calories and also the ease of it. No one loves cooking, spending 2 hours cooking anymore if you're losing your foodie drive. And so the frozen foods that are easy and that are calorie appropriate and meet that new taste paradigm are brilliant for this category. And they're also teaching you about portion control and things like that. So we can, before the pharma companies throw up on us, we should be their best friends, because we can help the results of these drugs stick.
So weight loss has been for a long time one of the categories of concern for FDA among dietary supplements. And unfortunately, there's been case after case where these supplements have been found to be contaminated or purposely tainted with sibutramine, old weight loss drug. To what degree do you think, maybe Susan, we could start with you on this, to what degree do you think that maybe played into this trend, like here's a drug that actually works in this way as opposed to these supplements, which I keep hearing are, being recalled, or FDA says they're, tainted with something that shouldn't be in there?
How much do I think that the tainted
Well, I mean,
drug
that people, viewed Ozempic as a, magic pill, if you will, and it obviously does have demonstrated effects as opposed to maybe some of the weight loss supplements have been tainted with these, besmirched with these tainting issues?
Yeah, that's a good question. I honestly think that I wouldn't think there's a huge relationship there. What I think the big thing is the speed at which it happened. We couldn't compete with that. The GLP-1 weight loss happens quickly. It happens more quickly most of the time than just lifestyle changes or any of the supplements that we can create that stay within the supplement category that aren't a drug. And I think at the end of the day, that it's a fast reward. I mean, that's our culture. That's what people want. I'm a registered dietitian. I became an RD, God, I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, but 25 years ago. So I've seen a lot of trends, and I've worked with a lot of different people individually. I've worked with groups. And the gradual thing just isn't that exciting and appealing to the person who really wants to lose weight. I really think that that's mostly what it comes down to. It works, and it works fast. I mean, it also it affects people's appetite to the point where it makes it a little bit more user-friendly for them to try to do it. So to me, I think that's more what the drive has been than any sort of like, well, anything anti-supplement or anything about some of the bad players that we've unfortunately had in our industry. But maybe I'm overly optimistic, and I'm not. Maybe my panelists will disagree, but I really feel that's been really more the driving factor than anything.
Well, and also for the weight loss ingredients have been studied in the past, and supplements, let's leave the sibutramine issue aside, they have had very modest effects. Like white bean extract, for instance. I mean, there are some effects, but as you say, I mean, they're connected with a very thoroughgoing lifestyle change, and it was always a case of, this will support somebody's weight loss journey. We can't actually just take this pill and lose weight. Now you can. So when you've been looking at these studies over the years, I mean, what was achievable with dietary supplements before Ozempic came out? Was it like maybe a 2% weight loss, or what were the studies showing?
I mean, you bring up a good point, because I still think it comes down to, and a lot of you have different years of experience and experience with different ingredients than maybe I do, but I would say at the end of the day, most of the ingredients that we've come up with in our space have always been really supportive of overall lifestyle change. I mean, they've been part of it. It's like, yes, they'll give you, like you said, a modest boost or whatever, but at the end of the day, if you're only just going to take this supplement, no, you have to make the lifestyle changes, and it's not easy, and our culture doesn't support that kind of a thing. So I think that we've had a lot of good products out there. We still, not past tense, we still do, that can help people, but they still have to do the lifestyle changes along with it in order for those to really have their greatest benefit. So yeah, modest changes. We said that's really what we see with lifestyle changes. We see modest, gradual. I mean, we people in this room, we know people, et cetera, who have been able to lose the weight, the 60, 80, 100 plus pounds by lifestyle changes. But it was gradual, and it was subtle at first. And I don't think any supplement alone took the person there, right? Yeah, I mean, it has to be an all-encompassing thing. And I think it still does. And I think once this craze and the scrambling for our industry to see what we're going to do, we're going to come back to a similar place where we realize that even if this is a kickstart for somebody, it still has to be part of a journey, and it has to be part of a lifestyle change journey. It just gives you that extra boost that maybe we didn't have before. But I mean, certainly, different perspectives.
You kind of hinted at the naughty part of this category, which is, if you're clinging to the last remnants of what was once our weight management category, I'm telling you to let go, because the category is going to be transformed forever. We're not going back to Hoodia and to fat burners, and I think there's a place for some of those products, but we are moving on to more elegant mechanisms of action. We're going to quit beating the drum that we've been on for 30 years, and you're going to have bad players that are going to tell you that they can mimic the GLP-1s. Kourtney Kardashian's in trouble right now for her line of supplements. But what we've thought, I think we can have a completely healthy, amazing weight loss category. But what it's been, it's not ever going to be like that again. It's going to keep shifting. It's going to keep changing. You're going to still have bad actors that are trying to take advantage of the situation, but we just need to grow up. We need better ingredients. We need more lifestyle implementation. We need to think about the whole category and how we substantiate our claims and what we're offering to the consumer differently. Think about it differently, or you're just going to get left behind.
So as we enter into this new age, as you're postulating here, Jennifer, what are some of the structure function claims that might arise out of that? So I'm thinking about in the old days, it might be supports a healthy weight loss, or supports healthy weight, supports maintaining a healthy weight. We've all seen warning letters, or those of you who read them, where people who are talking about specific pounds that were lost, that's a big red flag. So anytime you had a weight management ingredient and you tried to communicate an actual verifiable benefit, this seemed to get people into trouble. So what might be a claim that somebody could make on a product, a dietary supplement or food product designed to help this GLP-1 journey that might fly for FDA? Do you have any ideas?
I bet Nestle's had the best legal advice on the planet on this subject.
We have a pretty strong medical affairs team that handles this and makes sure that we're not making any misleading claims. I want to address the point about the modest weight loss, though. Like some of these products that are available that can produce some modest weight loss, 2 to 5%, or I don't think they're off the table, right? Like they can still provide support. I agree that they shouldn't be making any misleading or egregious claims that is not substantiated. But there's still this opportunity of helping to maintain weight after use of medications. That's a strong opportunity there. And if there's a mechanism of action that can help with supporting that goal of, we know appetite control is a big area, because after they get off the drugs, their appetite comes back, the food noise returns. So that's something that these patients struggle with. They struggle with, as they lose weight, they want to improve body composition. So if there are ingredients that support improvements in body composition, that's certainly something that you should talk to me about. If you have an ingredient that helps with that, I'd be very interested. So I think there's a role to play for supporting the weight loss journey, to improving weight loss, and to helping to maintain. I completely agree with the magic pill comment. I think that's very consistent. We've done a lot of research with dietitians, quantitative research and qualitative, that we've heard that over and over. Like, consumers need to understand it's not a magic pill. They need to make diet lifestyle changes, and they need to gradually adopt better choices, portion control, etc. So any tools that can help with simply helping people ease into long-term diet and lifestyle changes is still a fantastic opportunity for this industry.
At this point, I would like to ask if anybody in the audience have any questions. If you do, raise your hands. If not, I'll continue on. Okay, we've got one question in the back.
Yeah, so I know a couple people have gone off Ozempic, and the very first thing that they're alarmed about is actually their mood changes. They're able to keep their lifestyle the same, but they're not thinking the same. And before that happens, they have the brain fog. But then after they go off, there's they're very testy and all sorts of other problems they have. I don't know where supplements can help with that, but I wonder what you have to say about that.
Well, you raise an excellent point, and I think it goes back to what I was thinking of before, is that is another way I think that our industry can support people, and I think that we've all said it, and we keep using the word journey, and part of that journey is when they go off of it. We've been talking so much about while people are on the GLP-1s, but like David said, there's so much there to help people after, and mood would be one of those things. It's not just about keeping the weight off. It's not just about making sure that they get enough nutrients, because remember, the fact that they haven't been getting those nutrients, even the macronutrients, is affecting all the systems in their physiology. And so that may be a place where we can really support them both during that and as they come off of the medication. So I'm glad you asked the question particularly about mood, but having worked in the eating disorder field for a long time as a clinician, I worry about the fact that maybe a lot of these patients aren't getting the support while they're on that to help them if they in fact are overweight because they have an eating disorder. Not everybody is, we know that, but if they're not getting the support for that, that's another challenge. Of course, that goes above the discussion here about our industry, but it is a point of concern that I thought of when you asked your question. So thank you for asking that. Yes.
Oh, yeah, add something, please.
Yeah, just for Justin's question about mood. I know there's a little bit to unpack there, because I know there's some suggestions that these medications might cause some mood changes, and I think that in our research we've actually found that they feel very empowered to be on these medications, so they're happy to be on them. At the same time, part of the underlying reasons why some of the weight gains there could also be behavioral. So I think there's an opportunity there where folks getting on these medications should also be considering discussing with the dietitian about behavioral changes as well.
Yeah, and getting the support they need. Jennifer mentioned that in some of the clinics that we were discussing, and that there are patients that are getting it. It's just you worry that not all of them are, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So Abby Smith-Ryan on Monday was speaking about women and when we are fasting, and in a way this is kind of a fasting mimetic. When we are fasting, we tend to lose more of our protein, we tend to lose more of our muscle, and so then in the long term, you're looking at more or increased risk for chronic illnesses. And so how do we address the specific needs of women that are taking GLP-1s?
I'm so glad you asked that question. And yeah, that's a good point. And again, I think it comes back to research, and it comes back to looking potentially at diversity and inclusion in the research that is conducted, and making sure we're looking at subpopulations. Yes, women, men, people of different cultural backgrounds and ethnicities and things like this, and how these things affect them and what different kinds of support they may need, even for different cultural diets and things that Nestle can maybe think about in their food offerings and their support, and making sure that we're addressing everybody who's being affected by this. I think it's going to be an important part. And I think, again, it does come back to really well-designed clinical trials, and that if we are going to be making any kind of claims, even about supporting people on their journey, the studies need to be made on that population, and we're not there yet. And so the claims that are being made, we could discuss at length, because they're not being made from research done on people taking these medications. It's not there yet. It's too new. So I'm so glad you raised that question. And so within those studies that are hopefully going to be conducted, we do need to think of the varying populations. Absolutely.
And we're getting all kinds of nasty data out of populations that are losing the weight rapidly, and they're losing such a high percentage of lean muscle mass that when we look at that, their actually percent body fat is going, they're maintaining that or even going up because they're losing so much lean muscle mass. And I think those are really scary data points. It's part of the reservation of the medical community related to these drugs. The other thing is on the questions around mood is that if we look at maybe the 7, 8 mechanisms of action, that these drugs are driving in the body. And if I take tirzepatide over semaglutide because it picks up an extra mechanism, are there things in our natural products arsenal that mimic those mechanisms? Yes, not to the degree. We can't turn them on to the degree that these drugs do. And the one thing that we don't mimic at all, though, is the way that they describe the mental break from food is extraordinary. You can't simulate that. And I had a friend who once said, you know what, if you're struggling with your food choices and you're addicted to sugar and all of that, and if you're an alcoholic, you just don't go to bars. But if you're a foodaholic, it's like you live in a bar. You can't ever escape the scenarios there. And it is the combination of those mechanisms at the degree that we turn them on that is modulating the mental component to this. And when we turn off that, it's influencing mood for sure. When you go back to having an unhealthy relationship with food because the drug drove it and you didn't change your lifestyle, of course it affects mood. Of course it affects our willpower and our perception of ourselves and how successful we are with that. I do some consulting work for one of the world's largest chains of bariatric clinics. They do that surgery. And they had needed nutritional support special kind of nutritional support for bariatrics. Right now, half of bariatric patients are on the GLP-1s because even under this massive clinical invasive procedure, they still can't make it stick. They still gain the weight back. And that's going to be a dying, archaic kind of a procedure with these drugs. But you can't get that surgery without getting counseling, without getting guidance, without seeing a dietitian, without getting prepped for the experience you're going to have, both having it and then living with it afterwards. And we're probably going to have to do that with GLP-1 patients. You just can't kick them out into the universe and say, good luck to you.
Well, I also worry about how it'll affect older people. We've talked a lot about sarcopenia and muscle loss as you age and how hard that is to offset. Well, now what if an older person is prescribed a GLP-1 and has a significant weight loss, an older woman that has an exacerbated lean body mass, and now they're also, older, and the chance of putting that muscle back on is very challenging. So I also wonder, as we progress with learning more about these medications and get past the craze stage of it, maybe we'll look at it differently for different populations. Maybe more gradual dosing will come out. I mean, as our industry playing a supportive role, we definitely need to keep our eye on all these things and think about the different populations and what we can do to those different specific populations to help them and support them as we move forward in this too, especially once the oral medications are more prevalent. Yeah.
Can you hear? Oh. So back to this is James Joseph. Back to your question about clinical trials. For functional foods, GLP-1 population is so big now. If we have to do the kind of clinical trial with mass population, then even food will become as expensive as the drug. So is there a low bar for functional food when it comes to clinical trial? What bigger sample size do we need?
So I'm not sure of the question. It's hard to hear.
How big the sample size should be for a clinical trial?
Sample size. Yeah. Sample size. Well, that's a good question. I think we'd have to look at exactly what our outcomes would be, right? We'd have to do a power analysis. I mean, it's hard to answer. I mean, you can certainly do large trials. Large trials aren't the answer for everything. I mean, I know radical science, but they're not the answer for everything. We have to look at exactly what your endpoints would be, what are your goals for the trial, and what effect size do we want to look at, and then we do a power analysis to determine that. So it kind of depends on what you'd be looking to accomplish with your functional food, and then we can figure it out. But certainly, it is with larger trials, it's easier to look at subpopulations, and we can power to those subpopulations so that we can look at older people, women, et cetera, and we can incorporate that into our study design. So it really comes down to your goals, your research goals, your endpoints, and then your study design needs to reflect that. And that's how we would determine exactly which, what our size would be for that. Yeah.
And I think that's a really fair comment on how those studies need to get designed. But before we get into the really well-designed studies that cover all the necessary populations, I hope that this group, we're going to have a proliferation of proof of concept and pilot studies. Just start to get our heads around what we would expect to see in the clinical literature. We're not Abbott, we're not Eli Lilly, and even their studies are only 100. Some of their studies are in the 100-person range, and they don't do a good job of looking at all of diversity in their populations. We still have experts expecting that because so many people are taking these drugs, we're actually running a giant clinical trial now. We're going to find out what the real side effects are in sub-segment populations by the fact that they're so ubiquitous right now. But the first step is proof of concept. The first step is pilot work. And for food and functional foods, you're really talking about nutritional gaps. And we know a lot about nutritional gaps. We know a lot about how to solve that. And there's the pilot work and the data that exists today that is a bridge to get us to the bigger clinical trials that she's talking about, for sure.
So do you think that might be an opportunity for practitioner brand channels, practitioner brands to talk specifically about those nutrient gaps?
Always. I think that's healthy to have that expertise that the practitioner brands have. They have an opportunity to educate. That's their model, right? To educate. They also have a higher price point a lot because the education allows the consumer to understand why they have to pay more for their products. And so I think that this is a strong category for practitioners.
So we have time for one more brief question, so you two will have to...
Hi. We've spent the bulk of the conversation talking about the use case in overweight or obese individuals, but the other off-label use case I've been hearing more about is...
Can you hold it up closer to your mouth,
sorry.
please?
Fitness athletes or combat athletes using these drugs to support a cut or to come off a cut so they don't rebound as much. Does that present a separate set of opportunities for the sport nutrition category?
For combat athletes to support, I couldn't hear the rest of it.
That's so crazy.
Is the question about using the medications
Yeah.
with
So
athletes?
what I've been hearing is a lot of high-level bodybuilders, fitness athletes, combat sport athletes are using these drugs either to support their cut so it's easier to cut, or when they come off of that cut, they don't want to rebound back as much. So on top of their stack of everything else, they're adding these in. So on the supplement side, does this add a separate set of opportunities in the sports nutrition category?
In my opinion, sports nutrition being a category of expertise for that wouldn't be something that I would recommend that an athlete do. I don't know how you'd possibly get the nutrients that you would need to fuel the training or the recovery. So I think it wouldn't be a road I'd want to recommend anybody go down, either from an individual sport or that a company support that, because I think it would be counterindicated for that population, especially if the person wasn't overweight and they were using it for off-label purposes.
So I think that's as much time as we have. I want to thank everybody for coming. Obviously this had a great deal of interest. Before you leave, I want to just tell you, if you want to stick around for a bit, you've got a seat for the best show in the house. No offense to my panel right here, but that would be the man who has turned digestive health issues into a comedy trope. That would be the probiotic comic. Ivan Wasserman is going to be here in just a few minutes So if you want to stick around, it's like I said, it's a wonderful way to wrap up the show. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Good questions.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome to what has become the most fun tradition of SupplySide West. For me, anyway. We, for years now, have been closing the show with the one and only probiotic comic. A few years ago, we added Stanley the Puppet. And of course, we always have wonderful guests. Today, we've got guests Michael Bush and Heather Granato joining Ivan Wasserman and Stanley the Puppet. I am Sandy Almendaris, and I am just so honored to be the one who continues to bring this wonderful show to SupplySide. Also part of this tradition is our opening with the one and only George Pereskevakis from the IPA, and we partner with the IPA in this very important session. All right, let's welcome George.
Hey everyone, hope you guys are well. This is a prop, it should have been a martini. Who remembers this?
Hotel in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. The glittering city of excitement and laughter provides the scintillating backdrop for tonight's star-studded roast. From the
So, stop. That was a prop. We couldn't get the song downloaded fast enough. So, from the SupplySide Stage West show live from Las Vegas, the 30-minute supplement, the best supplement, 30-minute comedy hour, Stanley the Puppet and Heather Granato, and the comedy show that has become a tradition. So, just a quick tidbit. I met this gentleman in 2012, Ivan, And he told me he wanted to be a lawyer. And I said, yeah, that could be a good vocation. And as things transposed and evolved, we made him a comedian at the first 2016 Probiotic Center back. We were still at this hotel, yeah. So please help me in welcoming now the probiotic comic that has evolved into other things and other comedy, Ivan Wasserman and Stanley the Puppet. Cheers.
Let's hear it. It's not Stanley. Oh, I have a mic. Let's hear it for not Stanley the Puppet, Stanley the Probiotic, ladies and gentlemen. Love you, George, but you got to get the intro right. Thank you, everyone, for coming to what is now the seventh or eighth annual Probiotic Comedy Show. I just want to thank George and the International Probiotic Association. I want to thank Informa for letting me be the Johnny from Dirty Dancing, who always closed the show at his resort of the Catskills, as we all know, and I always close the SupplySide West show. Who had a great show? I thought it was fantastic. I want to thank you all for being here. I know it's Halloween, but I do think, and I hope you all agree, that supporting the fine arts is more important than spending time with your children. So thank you very much for that. I'm just going to take a sip of water because my wife said last time you sounded very parched, so you must drink water. So it is a very special day here, a special year, I should say. Who knows what 30th anniversary it is? Deshay, exactly. It's the 30th anniversary of Deshay, which is obviously the law that we all know and love that allows our wonderful dietary supplements to be sold. In addition to it being Deshay, it is the anniversary of Deshay. It's also my wedding anniversary this year in October. I was married in October of 1994. So who's been married? Who's married here, I should ask? Who's been married for 10 years? Who's been married for 20 years? Well done. Who's been married for 30 years? A small group. Thank you. And I should say consecutively. So I have been married to my wonderful wife, Molly, for 30 years. She has finally earned it, so I no longer introduce her as my first wife. But this year, I kind of screwed up. I forgot it was our anniversary. Oh, let's hear it. 1, 2, 3. Oh. I walked down in my robe and slippers for breakfast, as I always do on every weekday. And there was Molly in her lovely apron cooking me my 3-course breakfast, as she does every morning with my coffee the exact way I like it. That's not true. Dan's like, right. And she looked at me with that beautiful smile, and she said, "Happy anniversary, darling." And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I forgot. It's our anniversary. I'm thinking to myself, what do I do? What do I do? Because every year on our anniversary, I get her a big, beautiful bouquet of flowers. And if I don't have a bouquet of flowers right then, she's going to know I forgot, even if I say happy anniversary. But luckily, I am the world's only probiotic comedian, and I thought of an out. I said, "Happy anniversary, honey." And she said, "Thank you." And she's looking at me, "Where's the flowers?" I said, "Close your eyes." She closed her eyes. I said, "Hold out your hand." She held out her hand. I reached in, I touched her hand. I said, "Open your eyes." She opened her eyes and she looks down. "What's that?" I said, "You know what that is." She says, "Wait, every year you give me flowers. That's not flowers." I said, "It's microflora." For those of you laymen in the audience, microflora is also another word for probiotics and other things in your gut. You gotta, I did not get away with that for those who know Molly. Anyway, Molly has given me wonderful gifts, and the most wonderful gifts she's given me are my 3 beautiful, wonderful, brilliant, and talented daughters, who one of them is in college, 2 of them are out of college. But having kids in college always makes you think, right? Who doesn't think when they see their grown-up kids, if I knew then what I know now, what different things you would do? And I look at my beautiful daughter in college and I said, if I knew then, man, I wouldn't have spent so much time studying, cognitive science major. I wouldn't have spent so much time drinking and partying. I would have been focused exclusively on probiotic comedy, which is my life, which is my love. Everyone's dream is to have their children, right, go into their profession. So after college, I went to law school. I've had a wonderful 30-something year career in law, but, I talked to my kids, why don't you want to do what I do? Come on, please, it's such a great profession, and none of them want to do it. It's like, what's wrong with what I do? And my daughter looks at me with those beautiful eyes, and she says, Dad, I don't think probiotic comedy is a real thing. I think it was all the college prereqs that she was a little afraid of. So another very momentous year. Not only is it the 30th anniversary of Duché, but it is also the last SupplySide West ever. You guys know that? True story? Right, Sandy? The last SupplySide West. From now on, this incredible, the most important show on the planet is going to reflect that status. It's going to be called SupplySide Global. To reflect the true international gathering. I'm sure there's people here from all over the world. I'm sure people here who don't speak English very well are even more confused about what's happening on stage than the people who do speak English well. But yeah, SupplySide West will be called SupplySide Global. And that, of course, has had ripple effects throughout the West industry. Kanye has now changed his name, not from Ye, but back to Kanye Global. That music festival is South by South Global. And that has had a ripple effect. But what's really important to me, because I do prefer SupplySide Global to SupplySide West, because of course, we all know that probiotic comedy is truly international, right? It's not just an American thing. In fact, my act has been translated into over 157 languages and broadcast to 300 and, someone make up a number, 72 countries. Are there that many countries? 195 countries around the world. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? It's truly a global, international phenomenon. But what's interesting, of course, I don't speak a lot of foreign languages, so I watch my act, but I don't know what they're saying because they dub it, and they actually have titles for it. Every YouTube will have a title for the thing. And I asked my friend, so for example, in China, they have it in China, but I don't speak Chinese. So I said to my friend who speaks Chinese, can you please translate what it says here on top of my probiotic performance? And I wrote it down, and I was a little upset because it actually titled, America, Bacteria Man Makes Ass of Self. And Russian. Dan Lifton speaks Russian. You could have done this for me. And actually I did. Oh, I sent it to you. I said, in Russian, what is this? What is the title of my act in Russian? And the title was, America is over, we win. I wanted what was in Holland, but I couldn't find anyone who spoke Hollandaise. Anyway, that's my one corny dad joke. So as many of you know, every year, in addition to stand-up comedy, I teach myself a new form of entertainment to entertain all of you lovely people and to make sure my act is very fresh and very new. I taught myself ventriloquism, which will come into the act later, which you all know. One year I taught myself juggling. 1 year I taught myself art. This year I have taught myself not one, but 2 new skills. My first one, oh, there's the clicker, is slam poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, And what I found out is slam poetry does not have a costume, so I got myself a French beatnik beret to do in honor of Halloween. To do slam poetry. Bear with me. And of course, it's probiotic themed. Empty feeling in my core, searching, not sure what for. Trapped inside, I need relief. Little soldiers fighting grief. Tiny friends, you heal my pain, renew my health, strain by strain. Cultures dancing deep within, guard my gut, see where I've been. Probiotics, they calm the storm. Tiny warriors, they transform. Balance found inside the war, healthy gut forevermore. Fermented friends I hold so close. In the chaos, you're my dose. Yogurt, kombucha by my side. In my belly, you reside. Ancient wisdom now reborn. In each capsule, I'm not torn. Vibrant life inside my shell. Microbes here, it's so well. Probiotics calm the storm. Tiny warriors, they transform. Balance found inside the war. Healthy gut forevermore. Healthy gut forevermore. Thank you. What's that? Stephen can rhyme better than I am, but I'm a slam poet. All right. Now, as I mentioned, not one new talent, but I actually didn't learn this talent, but I have a very wonderful friend who's going to do something that has never been done before on the supply side stage. So you are all in for a big, big treat. I want to bring to the stage a noted leader in the industry, an icon, a noted author. We have copies of his books available while supplies last outside. But a lot of people don't know he's also known as Magic Mike. Come up to the stage, Mike Bush. Welcome.
Real quick. Oh, wrong act. So Ivan, you've been telling me you've been having gut problems. I understand you haven't been taking your probiotic on the trip?
Yeah, you know, I haven't been doing it regularly, so when I'm traveling, I do get a little, digestive issues.
Well, so I've got a probiotic, but it's kind of a super probiotic for
Whoa.
you. It's a magic probiotic. As you can see, my magic pharmacy and probiotic factory is empty, right?
There's nothing in that bag, is there?
Would you like to check it to see if it is? Yeah, is there anything in there?
There's nothing in this bag. Look at that.
Nothing in the bag. Okay,
No.
good. I didn't flip any switch or anything, but I'm just saying that we do pull out the pip. And I've got a really big capsule for you,
You
Ivan.
do?
So you pop that capsule in your mouth while we prepare. Tell me how that one sits with you. Does it give you any digestive upset or anything? Not good? That's bad? No, remember, you're supposed to hold it in your teeth so that the thing doesn't get wet and it doesn't break. That's not...
Wait.
You know, they teach this in this is like a prerequisite to even having a magician assistant. You keep it in your teeth, you don't let it get wet.
This is so hard.
Lighten up. They also say, don't give it to a high-strung Jewish comedian and have him too lightly put the thing. There he goes. So Ivan, I'm thinking we need to kind of custom formulate.
I'm not done.
You're not done? Looks like it's getting to the bottom. It's turning brown.
Yeah.
So obviously that's not the probiotic, and there's personalized nutrition is such a big thing, and personalized probiotics, understand, are getting to be the big thing, so that you can get your microbiome tested, and you can get your microbiome tested, and get your own probiotic. And we know there is rock solid science that supports this endeavor. So anyway, Ivan, I've got a formula that we worked up for you. And so while I've been out on the field, out on the floor, I got a little bit of a prebiotic. And how much prebiotic are you supposed to take?
I think 6 grams should be the minimum prebiotic.
Okay, so there's prebiotic. Who sells prebiotics in here? All right, so like 30 milligrams, I'm guessing, right?
That's probably enough.
Pixie dust.
Yeah.
Some probiotic.
Probiotic.
Like 200 billion CFU of every different kind ever made.
Any strain's the same, so just throw it in there.
Then we'll blend it. We'll throw some postbiotic in there because nobody knows what it does anyway.
Sure.
But this is a proprietary formula, so we can't let anybody get a hold of it.
Whoa!
But it will, guaranteed. It will affect your flora.
Whoa!
And that's it. Congratulations, Ivan.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I don't know what fire codes we just violated, but let's hear it again for Magic Mike Bush. Okay, so as promised, I should take this. We probably should have rehearsed that mouth thing before. As promised, I would like to call to the stage my partner in probiotic comedy crime, emerging from my gut for the 7th year. For those of you who didn't, I'm quite proud of this, but if you go on the SupplySide West app and look at speakers' bios, he has his own speaker bio. That's how important he is. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stanley the Probiotic. And as some of you may know, Stanley, he's not used to being outside of my gut in the world, so he's very susceptible to germs. I have a lav mic. He has to be very susceptible to germs, so when I'm near him, I have to put on a COVID mask. So. Oh, no, his hat. Well, he doesn't actually need that hat. Hey, Stanley. Hi, everybody. So Stanley does need to speak into the mic because he's not loud. How you doing, Stanley? I'm good. Hi, nice to see everybody. Hi. So, Stanley, I see you're wearing a red wig. Why are you wearing a red wig? Because it's Halloween. But what costume are you supposed to be? I'm Little Organism Annie. Thank you, Stanley. Oh, but Stanley, I see you're wearing a grass skirt, too. Or a hula skirt. Why are you wearing that? You know, Ivan. I don't know. Does anyone know? Because I'm a grass strain. So for all of you laymen out there, grass is generally recognized as safe. And you have to be a grass to be in foods or probiotics. Whatever. This isn't a regulatory talk. That's another. You didn't pay for that. So, Stanley. Yes, Ivan? So, there's an election coming up. Whoa. Do you want to talk about politics? No. Yeah, no one really does, but I think we should sort of talk about politics. You know, Ivan? Yeah? I think I should be president. Whoa, you guys think Stanley might run for president? Yeah, you know why? Why? Because I'd be so good. Well, what are some of your policies, Stanley? Well, I'm for culture. That's good, right? We can all support culture, right? Yeah. What else are you for? Well, I'm for diversity. We all can support that. We can all get behind diversity, can't we? Yeah, we sure can. What else? So culture, diversity, DEI is very important. What else are you for? Well, I'm for good health for everybody. That's a good one too, right? We can all be for good health for everybody. My mask is falling down. What else are you for, Stanley? Well, the most important thing. What's that? I'm for colonization. Stanley, you had us at good health. Stay away from colonization. Sorry. Well, Stanley, do you know it's the 30th anniversary of Dishay? I do, and it's my favorite law. Everyone, let's hear it for Dishay! Yay! All right, Stanley, I think it's about time for you to go back in my gut. No! Please? Well, if you're going to the What's Up with Subs party, please put me in after, because I want to live! I'll be gentle. All right, well, what do you have to say to the audience before I put you away? The most important thing, vote! Yay! Thank you, everybody! Yay! Thank you, Stanley! All right, I can take off my mask. So, my probiotic comedy act always goes faster than I thought it was going to be, but no one wants to stay longer than they do. So anyway, there's one more thing that I want to make sure that you're going to enjoy more than anything else. And for that, I need one more costume change. Excuse me. All right, let's put this on. I think I can take my jacket off. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so the show is never over until the following woman comes up on stage with me for the closing number of SupplySide West. And everyone knows who it is. She's been with me for every show, I think. Well, every show except for the very first one. But this year we have something incredibly special for you in the honor of the 30th anniversary of Dishay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the one, the only Ms. Heather Granado.
Well, hey there, Ivan.
Hey there, beautiful.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for...
Look at this crowd.
Look at this crowd. Is this the best crowd? Let's hear it for you.
People.
Let's hear it for you.
Yes.
So, Heather, you know, we all know about Dishay, but the world, this happens every time. The world doesn't know about Dishay, so there's this whole thing that you read about that supplements aren't regulated.
They say this, and I just don't understand what they're talking about because they couldn't be more wrong.
They could not be more wrong. Supplements are heavily regulated.
Yes.
You know, when I'm not doing comedy, I'm helping people with supplement regulations. Can you believe that?
And you've been doing this for a very long time.
I've been doing it for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So I think we should tell the world, because not only is there a lot of beautiful people here, but you know we're being simulcast to 759 countries around the world?
759 countries around the world?
This is very, very important. So the witty banter over of the session.
Thank goodness,
Yeah,
yes.
but we can keep going. It's now time to tell the people about how much we love Dishay
30
as
years.
only we do
As
in
only we
song.
can.
Hit it, maestro. Do I do something?
They say we're bad, unregulated. It gets us all so frustrated.
Well, we all know that's just not true, 'cause we've got laws and regulations too. Babe, we got Dishay. We got Dishay.
Can't claim a disease is the intent, or else a warning letter you'll be sent.
Can't be inhaled or a skin patch. To be legal, you gotta go down the hatch. Babe, we got Dishay. We got Dishay. Lots of rules on labeling. I just wish that I could sing.
And if you're not in supply, then you must file an NDI. So tell the critics they're all wrong and tell them all to listen to this song.
Sups ain't drugs or French fries. Dichet is the perfect compromise. Babe, we got Dichet. We got Dichet. Musical interlude.
Interlude.
What if it's contaminated?
It may be adulterated.
How about my facility?
Gotta follow GMPs.
What does that disclaimer say?
Not reviewed by FDA.
It's so much. I'm in awe.
It's a comprehensive law.
We got Dichet. 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 Everyone, we got Dichet. We got Dichet. We got Dichet.
Goes on and on.
We got Dichet. Woo! Unbelievable. I did Don't Go Making Me Fart one year.
Yep,
That
yep.
was not, this I think might have been
I think
our
this
best.
was
You
great.
guys are the
Yeah.
luckiest crowd.
Yes.
So let's hear it again for Heather.
Cheers.
Let's hear again for Mike Bush, Magic Mike. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all for coming year after year. You're the best people ever. You support this stupid madness that I do. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great evening. Safe travels home. Love you. Outro music.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.